Hey guys, tonight, we slip through the creaky gates of medieval Europe, where beauty wasn't just a passing glance in a polished bronze mirror. It was a full-on obsession that shaped lives, loves, and even destinies. Picture yourself standing in a bustling market square, the air thick with the scent of fresh bread and horse dung, as women in flowing kirtles and men in tight hose size each other up their faces, painted with the era's ideals of perfection. Beauty here isn't just skin deep. It's a code, a status, a survival tool. And let's be real, you probably won't survive this world's brutal beauty standards without a few questionable potions or a saint's blessing. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your location and local time. I love knowing where you're drifting off from. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're stepping into a world where beauty standards weren't just about looking good, they were a map to navigating medieval society. From the 5th to the 15th century, roughly 400 to 1400, these ideals shifted with time, place, and power, but they always held sway. Beauty wasn't a casual pursuit. It was a public performance, a way to signal your worth, your virtue, or your wallet's heft. Imagine you're a young woman in a 12th century English village, your face scrubbed raw to mimic the glowing purity of a saint. Or maybe you're a knight, your beard trimmed just so to prove you're no scruffy outlaw. Everyone's playing the game from peasants to queens, because beauty was a universal currency, even if the coins looked different. Let's start with the big picture. Medieval beauty was less about individual quirks and more about fitting a mold. Symmetry, proportion, and a certain glow were non-negotiable, rooted in ancient Greek ideas that lingered like a stubborn fog. Philosophers like Plato had long argued that beauty reflected divine order, and the church, which loomed over everything, nodded along. A clear complexion or a well-proportioned nose wasn't just cute. It was a sign God approved of you. But don't get too cocky. The same church also warned that obsessing over looks was a fast track to sin. Talk about mixed messages. Historians still argue whether this tension beauty as divine yet dangerous empowered people or just stressed them out. Now let's zoom in on what beautiful actually meant. You're walking through a castle's great hall, and the ideal woman catches everyone's eye: pale skin that practically glows in the candlelight, long hair tucked under a veil, and a figure that's neither too plump nor too thin. Men, they're aiming for a strong jaw, a neat beard, and a posture that screams, "I can swing a sword." These weren't random preferences. Pale skin, for instance, proved you didn't toil in the sun like a serf. A tidy beard showed you had the time and tools to groom. Beauty was practical, a billboard for your social rank. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some medieval folks believed beauty could predict your fate. A 13th century Italian writer, Pseudo-Aristotle, claimed a high forehead meant wisdom, while a small mouth promised loyalty. People ate this stuff up, judging strangers' character by their cheekbones. Imagine you're at a medieval speed dating event, and someone's sizing up your nose to guess if you'll cheat. It's absurd, but it shaped how people presented themselves, from plucking their brows to patting their tunics. The mainstream fact, beauty standards weren't universal even in Europe. Northerners loved blonde hair. Italians swooned over dark locks. But everyone agreed on one thing: youth was king. Age was no joke in a world where 40 was basically ancient. You're only as beautiful as your ability to look like you've dodged life's hard knocks. And life was ready to throw punches, Disease, malnutrition, and the occasional Viking raid didn't exactly help. Let's talk survival. You're not just chasing beauty for vanity. It's a strategy. A merchant's daughter with a radiant face might snag a better husband. A lord with a chiseled profile could command more loyalty. But the tools to get there? Rough. You're smearing lead-based creams on your face, hoping they don't poison you before the next feast. Or you're yanking out excess hair with a bone tweezer. Yes, they had those. Pain was part of the deal, and so was risk. One bad batch of homemade lipstick, and you're praying to St. Catherine for a miracle. Here's a light jab. Imagine explaining to a medieval barber that you just want a low fade for your beard. He'd probably hand you a rusty dagger and wish you luck. Grooming wasn't exactly a spa day. Another chuckle. Some women used mouse fur to fake fuller brows. Picture you hunched over a candle gluing rodent fluff to your face. Glamorous, right? And one more for the road. Beauty manuals warned against smiling. Too much wrinkles were the enemy even back then. So you're keeping a straight face, hoping no one tells a good jest. By now you're catching the vibe. Beauty in medieval times was a high-stakes game woven into faith class and survival. You're not just primping for a mirror. You're crafting an identity that the world will judge. As you wander this candlelit world, you're starting to see how every choice, your hair, your skin, your posture tells a story. And those stories, they're what kept medieval society spinning for better or worse. You're still drifting through the dim, smoky corridors of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a compliment. It's a currency that could lift you up or cast you down. You've already seen how these standards wove through every layer of life, from marriage deals to village gossip. Now you're zeroing in on one fixation that defined medieval charm: pale skin. It's not just a trend. It's a symbol of status, a nod to divinity, and a grueling task. Imagine yourself in a chilly stone room, squinting into a foggy bronze mirror, desperate to make your face glow like moonlight. Because here, a tan doesn't mean a beach vacation. It's a mark of shame. Pale skin was the ultimate beauty goal across medieval Europe, from the soggy fields of England to the sunny courts of Spain. Why, it shouted wealth and leisure. If your face looked untouched by the sun, you weren't out there breaking your back with the peasants. You're a lady of means, or at least clever enough to fake it. The mainstream fact is clear 14th century records, like those from French noble households, show women spending fortunes on potions to bleach their skin. These weren't just creams, they were status symbols, as crucial as a silk veil or a jeweled ring. So how do you achieve that ghostly glow? You're not exactly browsing a skincare aisle. Instead, you're stirring up mixtures that sound like they belong in a cauldron. Vinegar, lemon juice, and brace yourself, white lead were smeared on faces to erase any trace of color. Picture yourself as a merchant's daughter in 13th century Ghent, dabbing on a lead-based paste that burns your cheeks. It works, sure, but it's also poisoning you bit by bit. Some women even sipped vinegar thinking it would cleanse their blood and clear their skin. Spoiler, it mostly just upset their stomachs. Here's the quirky tidbit: some beauty hacks were downright bizarre. Ever heard of crocodile dung? In parts of southern Europe, word was that dried crocodile excrement mixed with milk could lighten your complexion. You're probably wrinkling your nose, and I don't blame you. But when the alternative was looking like a sun-baked surf, you might just pinch your nose and slather it on. No crocodiles around ground bones or even stale urine were fair game. beauty was a gritty, sometimes gross pursuit. Historians still argue whether this pale skin craze was just about class or something deeper. Some say it echoed religious ideals. Think of the Virgin Mary painted with skin like fresh snow, a beacon of purity. Others argue it was practical. A pale face could hide scars from smallpox or other diseases in a world without antibiotics. Whatever the truth, you're stuck in the middle chasing a look that's as much about survival as it is about vanity. Let's set the scene. You're at a feast in a 12th century Norman castle. The air thick with the smell of roasted boar and melting wax. The lady of the house glides past her face so pale, it's almost see through her veins, faintly blue beneath her skin. Whispers follow her praising her beauty, but you notice her hands shake, maybe from years of using toxic lead creams. Across the room, a knight with a ruddy face gets sidelong glances. His tan betrays too many days on the battlefield. Pale skin isn't just attractive. It's a social dagger slicing through the crowd with precision. But it's not all glamour. You're dodging traps at every step. Sunlight's your nemesis, so you're piling on veils or wide hats even in the heat. If you're a peasant, tough luck. You're toiling in the fields, your skin darkening no matter how much you dream of that noble glow. And those whitening creams, they're a roll of the dice. Lead could ruin your teeth, or worse. Vinegar could leave your face raw. You're balancing beauty against health, and the stakes are high. Here's a quick laugh. Imagine you're a medieval teen sneaking into your mother's stash of skin-whitening paste, only to find it smells like sour wine and despair. You slap it on anyway, hoping to catch the eye of the miller's son. Too bad your face turns blotchy instead of pale. Another chuckle. Some men joined the trend, dusting their faces with flour before big events. Picture a knight looking like a half-baked bun, and you're close. And one more beauty guides warned against sleeping on your side, squish your face, and you'd ruin that perfect pallor. So you're lying flat like a statue, all for beauty's sake. The pale skin obsession was more than skin deep. It reflected medieval values. You're not just lightening your face, you're claiming a place in a world where class, faith, and survival intertwine. That crocodile dung tidbit. It's not just nasty. It shows how far people went to meet the ideal. As you leave this candlelit feast, your own face tingling from imaginary lid cream, you're seeing how beauty was less a choice and more a command. And next, it's all about hair, because if your skin's pale, your locks better back up the story. This pale skin mania wasn't just a fad, it was a cultural cornerstone. You're navigating a world where every glance judges your worth, and a sun-kissed face could drop you a rung on the social ladder. Noble women hoarded their whitening secrets, like family jewels passing recipes down through generations. You're learning fast that beauty here is a performance, one that demands sacrifice. The lead in your cream might dull your eyes over time, but the glow it gives, that's power. You're starting to feel the weight of it, the constant effort, the risks, the rewards. Even the church, that looming shadow over medieval life, had a say. Priests praised pale skin as a sign of inner virtue, yet warned against vanity. You're caught in their contradictions, trying to look holy without looking proud. It's a tightrope, and you're wobbling. Some women, desperate to please both God and gossip, turn to prayer for a clearer complexion. Imagine you're kneeling in a chilly chapel, asking for skin as pure as a saint's. Faith and beauty blur together, each feeding the other. The practical side was just as intense. You're avoiding the sun like it's the plague, But accidents happen. A day outside without a veil, and you're scrambling to fix the damage. You might try a paste of barley and herbs, or even rose water if you're fancy. These remedies weren't cheap, and if you're a peasant, you're likely stuck with whatever you can scrounge, maybe a smear of milk or a dab of lard. Beauty was a luxury, and not everyone could afford it. Let's linger on that banquet a bit longer. The pale-faced lady isn't just admired. She's a walking billboard for her family's wealth. Her skin says, "We don't labor." Her husband, meanwhile, might sport a slight tan. Warriors got a pass. Their scars a kind of beauty in themselves. But even he's careful not to look too weathered. You're noticing the subtle rules men could bend them, women had to obey. It's unfair, but it's the game, and you're learning the moves. As you step away from the feast, the chatter fading, you're carrying a new truth. Pale skin was a dream and a danger. You're imagining the sting of vinegar on your cheeks, the weight of a veil in summer heat. Beauty in this world is a battle fought with potions and prayers. And as you glance back at that trembling noblewoman, her face a perfect mask, you're wondering what's next. Hair, you're guessing, will bring its own set of rules and its own kind of madness. You're still weaving through the tapestry of medieval Europe, where beauty is a relentless pursuit, shaping how people move, love, and survive. You felt the sting of those pale skin potions, and seen how a ghostly complexion could open doors or slam them shut. Now you're turning your gaze upward to hair. It's not just a feature. It's a billboard for your virtue, your status, and even your soul. Picture yourself in a bustling 13th century town, catching glimpses of flowing locks or tightly braided coils, each strand telling a story. In this world, your hair isn't just yours. It's a public statement, and you'd better get it right. Hair was a big deal in medieval times, a canvas for moral and social signaling. Long, lustrous hair on women was practically a commandment, tied to ideas of femininity and purity. For men, it was about order, neatly trimmed or styled to show discipline. The mainstream fact church records from the 12th century, like those from Canterbury, show priests preaching about hair as a reflection of godliness. Women's hair had to be covered in public to avoid tempting men, while men's hair was kept short to avoid looking like heathens. Every snip or braid was a choice loaded with meaning. So how do you manage your hair in a world without shampoo or blow dryers? You're brushing with combs made of bone or wood, hoping not to yank out half your scalp. Women especially are spending hours on their hair, braiding it into intricate patterns, or letting it cascade under a sheer veil. You're a noblewoman in 14th century Florence, maybe pinning your braids with silver clasps to show off your wealth. If you're a peasant, you're lucky to have a scrap of cloth to tie your hair back while you work. Either way, you're aiming for that glossy, healthy look, because dull hair, that's a sign of sickness or sin. Here's the quirky tidbit: some medieval folks believed hair held magical powers. A 13th century English chronicle mentions women burning their hair clippings to keep witches from using them in spells. Imagine you're snipping a few stray ends by candlelight, then tossing them into the fire just to be safe. It's not just superstition, it's insurance. And if you're really paranoid, you might sleep with a charm under your pillow to protect your locks from curses. Hair wasn't just beauty, it was a spiritual battleground. Historians still argue whether hair's importance came from religious doctrine or social pressure. Some say the church's obsession with veiling women's hair was about control, keeping female sexuality in check. Others argue it was practical. Long hair was a hygiene nightmare in lice-ridden towns, so covering it made sense. Whatever the reason, you're feeling the weight of those expectations, your scalp itching under a linen coif as you try to look virtuous without losing your mind. Let's set the scene. You're strolling through a market in 12th century Paris, the air buzzing with vendors hawking bread and wool. A young woman passes by, her golden hair peeking out from a silk veil, drawing admiring glances. Her locks are her pride, a sign she's marriage material. Nearby, a monk with a freshly shaved tonsure glares at a merchant whose hair is a bit too long for the church's liking. Hair is a language here, and everyone's fluent. You're noticing how every head tells a story, noble, pious, or rebellious. But keeping your hair perfect is no picnic. You're washing it with harsh soap made from animal fat, maybe splashing in some rose water if you're fancy. Herbs like chamomile or nettle are your go-to for shine, but they're not cheap. If you're a peasant, you're stuck with plain water and a prayer. And lice. They're the uninvited guests that never leave. You're combing through your hair with a fine-toothed comb, wincing as you pull out the little pests. Beauty comes with a side of suffering, and you're learning that fast. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval maiden spending hours braiding your hair into a crown, only to have a gust of wind unravel it in front of the village heartthrob. So much for that fairy tale moment. Another laugh. Some men used grease to slick their hair into place, looking like they dipped their heads in a vat of butter. Picture a knight strutting into a tournament, his hair gleaming like a fried egg. And one more beauty manual's warned against overbrushing too much, and you'd anger the spirits of your hair. Yes, your hair had feelings, apparently. Hair wasn't just about looks. It was a moral minefield. The church had a lot to say, and you're dodging their rules like a pro. Women's hair had to be hidden in public, but at home, you're letting it down literally to signal intimacy or defiance. Men face their own pressures too long, and you're a barbarian. Too short, and you're trying too hard. You're starting to see how hair was a balancing act, a way to navigate faith class and desire without tripping over the rules. Let's linger in that market a bit longer. You're eyeing a noblewoman's hair woven with ribbons that cost more than your entire wardrobe. Her veil is sheer enough to hint at the treasure beneath a calculated tease. Across the square, a young man with a neatly trimmed beard and short hair nods at you. He's signaling respectability, maybe even ambition. But you're also spotting the outliers, a woman with uncovered hair drawing scandalized whispers, or a traveler with wild curls that scream, outsider. Hair is a code, and you're cracking it. The tools of the trade are rough. You're wielding a comb that's more like a torture device, its teeth catching every tangle. Mirrors are rare, so you're relying on a friend or a still puddle to check your work. If you're wealthy, you might have a lady's maid to braid your hair into art. If not, you're doing it yourself, your arms aching as you twist and pin. And don't forget the veils, linen, silk, or wool. They're your shield against judgment. You're learning that beauty is as much about hiding as revealing. Hair also tied into bigger rituals. You're preparing for a wedding. Maybe your hair adorned with flowers to symbolize fertility. Or you're a nun shearing your locks to renounce vanity. Each cut or braid is a milestone, a way to mark your place in the world. You're feeling the weight of it, the way every strand carries expectations. And the church, they're watching, ready to call you out if your hair strays too far from the path. Let's talk color. Blonde was the holy grail in Northern Europe, thanks to tales of angels and saints. You're dabbing chamomile or even risky bleaches to lighten your hair, hoping for that celestial glow. In Southern Europe, dark hair held sway, a nod to exotic beauty. Whatever the shade you're aiming for, vibrancy, dull hair was a red flag, a sign of poor health or worse. You're rinsing with herb infusions, praying for a miracle, because in this world, your hair is your halo. The risks were real. Bleaching could burn your scalp. Tight braids could pull out your hair. You're hearing horror stories of women losing chunks of their locks to bad potions or overzealous combs. And if you're caught with uncovered hair at the wrong moment, you're risking a lecture from the local priest, or worse, a reputation as a loose woman. You're navigating a maze of rules, each one sharper than the last. As you leave the market, the hum of voices fading, you're carrying a new truth. Hair was a canvas for medieval identity. You're imagining the ache of braiding the itch of a veil, the fear of a bad hair day. Beauty here is a performance, and your hair is the star. Remember that crocodile dung skin cream. Hair had its own weird fixes, like those burned clippings to ward off witches. You're starting to see how every choice, your skin, your hair, builds the story the world reads. And next, it's time to smear on some makeup, because if your hair's on point, your face better keep up. You're still wandering the winding paths of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a fleeting desire. It's a high-stakes game that defines your place in the world. You've felt the burn of pale skin potions and the weight of perfectly braided hair, each choice a step in a delicate dance of status and survival. Now you're stepping into a new arena: cosmetics. It's not about a quick dab of lip gloss. It's a risky, rebellious act that could make you a star or a sinner. Picture yourself in a 14th century chamber, hunched over a flickering candle, mixing powders and pastes that promise beauty, but might cost you more than you bargained for. In this world, makeup is both a weapon and a gamble. Cosmetics in medieval times were a bold choice, teetering between allure and scandal. While some women, and yes, a few men, used them to enhance their looks, the church loomed large, ready to slap a vanity label on anyone who went too far. The mainstream fact, surviving texts like a 13th century Italian medical treatise describe recipes for lip rouges and cheek tints, showing that makeup was common enough to be documented. But it wasn't all glamour. These concoctions were often dangerous, and their use sparked debates about morality and health. So how do you paint your face in a world without Sephora? You're grinding pigments from plants, minerals, or even insects, mixing them with oils or animal fat to make them stick. Imagine you're a noblewoman in 12th century Toledo, crushing cochineal bugs for a vivid red lip stain. Your hands are stained crimson, and the smell is, let's say, earthy. If you're less wealthy, you're improvising with berry juice or charcoal, hoping it doesn't smear during a feast. Either way, you're aiming for a subtle glow too much, and you're risking whispers of harlotry. Here's the quirky tidbit: some medieval makeup doubled as medicine. A popular cheek rouge made from red sandalwood was also used to treat fevers. Picture you dabbing on a rosy blush while secretly hoping it'll cure your sniffles. It's a 2-for-1 deal, but the catch: many ingredients like mercury or lead were toxic. You're chasing beauty, but you might be flirting with disaster skin rashes, trembling hands, or worse. Beauty wasn't just brave, It was borderline reckless. Historians still argue whether cosmetics were a form of empowerment or a trap. Some say they gave women agency, letting them craft their image in a rigid society. Others argue they were a burden tying women to impossible standards, while men mostly got a pass. Whatever the truth, you're feeling the pressure, your fingers smudged with ochre as you try to balance allure with respectability. Let's set the scene. You're at a grand banquet in a 13th century French castle, the air heavy with wine and intrigue. A lady across the table catches your eye, her lips lightly reddened, her cheeks dusted with a faint pink. She's stunning, but you hear a priest muttering about vanity from the corner. Nearby, a young man with kohl-rimmed eyes. Yes, men dabbled too, draws admiring glances. Makeup is a tightrope. Here it can elevate you, but one wrong move, and you're the talk of the town for all the wrong reasons. Applying this stuff is no joke. You're using your fingers, or a horsehair brush, working by the dim glow of a candle. Mirrors are rare, so you're guessing at the results, maybe asking a maid for a second opinion. If you're a peasant, you're lucky to have a scrap of polished metal to check your work. And the ingredients, they're a chemistry experiment gone wild. Cinnabar for red lips, malachite for green eyeshadow, even arsenic for a dewy glow. You're painting your face, but you're also playing with fire. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval teen stealing your aunt's lip rouge, only to smear it so badly you look like you lost a fight with a berry bush. You're scrubbing it off before the village gossip mill starts churning. Another laugh. Some men used makeup to fake battle scars, thinking it made them look tougher. Picture a squire with smudged charcoal wounds, strutting like a war hero. And one more, beauty manuals warned against kissing after applying lip stains spoil the color and you'd ruin your mystique. So you're dodging suitors' advances, all to keep your pout perfect. Cosmetics weren't just about aesthetics. They were a cultural flashpoint. The church preached that altering your God-given face was a sin, yet queens and courtiers did it anyway. You're caught in the middle wanting to shine, but fearing judgment. Some women hid their makeup, claiming their rosy cheeks were natural. Others flaunted it, daring the priests to call them out. You're learning that beauty here is a rebellion, a way to push back against a world that demands obedience. Let's linger at that banquet. The lady with the painted lips isn't just beautiful, she's strategic. Her makeup signals wealth. Only the rich could afford imported pigments. But she's also risking her health. That red on her lips, it might be mercury-based, slowly seeping into her blood. You're noticing the trade-offs. Beauty gives power, but it demands sacrifice. Across the room, a merchant's wife with berry-stained cheeks laughs too loudly, drawing frowns. She's trying too hard, and the room knows it. Makeup is a language, and you're starting to speak it. The tools are as rough as the risks. You're storing your pigments in tiny clay pots, hoping they don't spoil. Brushes are crude, often shedding hairs into your carefully mixed rouge. And don't even think about setting your makeup. Sweat or rain could ruin your work in minutes. You're reapplying mid-feast, ducking behind a tapestry for a quick touch-up. If you're a peasant, you're making do with whatever you can find. Soot for eyeliner, crushed flowers for blush. Beauty is universal, but access to it isn't. Cosmetics also tied into bigger rituals. You're preparing for a wedding, maybe your face painted to symbolize purity and fertility. Or you're a performer, using bold colors to stand out at a festival. Each dab of pigment is a statement, a way to claim space in a crowded world. But the church is always watching, ready to preach about pride. You're navigating their rules, smudging on just enough color to dazzle without crossing the line. Let's talk about the palette. Red was king for lips and cheeks, a nod to health and youth. Green or blue eyeshadow popped up in wealthier circles, inspired by exotic trade routes. And kohl. It wasn't just for eyes. It was thought to protect against evil spirits. You're rimming your eyes with it, half for beauty, half for luck. But every choice has a cost. That vibrant red might stain your skin for days. That eyeshadow might irritate your lids. You're weighing beauty against comfort, and it's a tough call. The dangers were real. Mercury could make your hands shake. Lead could dull your mind. You're hearing whispers of women who went too far, their faces scarred, or their health ruined. And socially, one bold lip could spark a sermon or a scandal. You're learning to be subtle to blend in while standing out. It's a paradox, and you're living it, your fingers stained with pigment as you chase that perfect look. As you step away from the banquet, the clink of goblets fading, you're carrying a new truth. Cosmetics were a daring act of defiance. You're imagining the weight of a clay pot in your hand, the thrill of a forbidden brushstroke. Beauty here is a battlefield fought with powders and pastes. Remember that crocodile dung skin cream or those magical hair clippings. Makeup has its own wild side, like sandalwood doubling as medicine. You're seeing how every choice, your skin, your hair, your face, builds a story the world can't ignore. And next, it's time to talk body shapes, because if your face is painted, your figure better match the ideal. You're still meandering through the vibrant, gritty world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a whim, it's a blueprint for how you're seen, judged, and valued. You've braved toxic skin creams, wrestled with perfect braids, and risked scandal with a dab of rouge. Now you're shifting focus to the body itself. In this era, your shape isn't just about health or comfort. It's a public declaration of your worth, your class, and even your morality. Picture yourself standing in a 13th century hall, your silhouette scrutinized by everyone from knights to nuns. Here, the ideal body type is a goalpost that keeps moving, and you're racing to keep up. In medieval times, body shape ideals were less about fitness and more about symbolism. For women, a balanced figure neither too plump nor too thin was prized, signaling fertility and virtue. Men aimed for strength without bulk, a form that said, I can fight or rule. The mainstream fact, medical texts from the 12th century, like those by Hildegard of Bingen, describe the perfect female body as softly rounded, with a small waist and full hips, seen as ideal for childbearing. For men, chronicles praise lean upright frames, proof of discipline and prowess. Your body was a canvas, painted by society's expectations. So how do you sculpt your shape in a world without gyms or diets? You're relying on what you eat, how you move, and most importantly, what you wear. Imagine you're a merchant's wife in 14th century London, cinching your waist with a leather belt to mimic that coveted hourglass. Your diet is whatever's available. Bread, cheese, maybe some fruit if you're lucky, but you're careful not to overindulge. Gluttony's a sin after all, and a bloated figure could tank your reputation. If you're a man, you're training with swords or hauling goods, hoping your frame stays lean and noble. Here's the quirky tidbit: some medieval folks thought body shape could reveal your destiny. A 13th century French manual on physiognomy claimed broad shoulders in men meant courage, while a narrow waist in women promised chastity. Imagine you're at a village fair overhearing a fortune teller judge your hips to predict your future. It's half laughable, half serious, and you're wondering if your silhouette is sending the right message. People believed this stuff, and it shaped how they stood, walked, and presented themselves. Historians still argue whether body ideals were driven by practicality or ideology. Some say rounded female figures were prized because they signaled fertility in a world obsessed with lineage. Others argue it was about control, keeping women soft and men strong, reinforced rigid gender roles. Whatever the case, you're feeling the pressure adjusting your posture to look just right as eyes follow you through the crowd. Let's set the scene. You're at a 12th century German court, the air thick with incense and ambition. A noble woman glides by her gown tailored to emphasize her small waist and rounded hips. She's the picture of beauty, her shape a silent boast of her family's wealth and her own fertility. Nearby, a knight stands tall, his chest broad, but his waist trim his tunic, cut to highlight his strength. Everyone's playing a part, their bodies molded to fit the era's script. You're noticing how every curve or angle tells a story, noble, fertile, or disciplined. But chasing the ideal isn't easy. You're not exactly counting calories. Nutrition is a mystery, and famine's always looming. If you're wealthy, you're eating hearty meals, but you're careful to avoid looking fat, a sign of laziness. If you're a peasant, you're lean from labor, but starvation could make you too gaunt, another beauty fail. Clothing is your secret weapon. You're lacing up corset-like garments, or padding your shoulders to fake the right shape. It's uncomfortable, but it's worth it to avoid the gossip. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval lady stuffing your gown with cloth to fake fuller hips, only to have it slip during a dance. You're scrambling to hide the padding before anyone notices. Another laugh. Some men wore tight hose to show off their legs, strutting like peacocks until a seam split. Picture a lord hobbling off the dance floor red-faced, and one more beauty manuals warned against slouching bad posture could deform your soul. So you're standing ramrod straight, feeling like a mannequin just to stay holy. Body shape wasn't just about aesthetics, it was a social contract. The church had its say, preaching that a well-formed body reflected a pure soul. You're dodging sermons about gluttony while trying to look fertile or strong without seeming vain. It's a tightrope, and you're wobbling. Women faced extra scrutiny, too thin, and you're barren. Too heavy, and you're indulgent. Men could bend the rules, their scars, or muscles earning praise, but even they had to avoid looking soft. You're learning that beauty is a performance, and your body is the stage. Let's linger at that court. The noblewoman's shape isn't just natural, it's engineered. Her gown's laces are pulled tight, her movements careful to maintain the illusion. She's eating just enough to stay soft, not enough to bloat. The knight, meanwhile, trains daily his body, a testament to his rank. But you're also spotting the less fortunate, a servant girl too thin from hunger, her beauty fading in the eyes of the court. Body ideals are universal, but not everyone can afford them. The tools are rough. You're wearing heavy wool or linen tailored to flatter, but often stifling. Corsets aren't yet the torture devices of later centuries, but they're still restrictive, digging into your ribs. If you're a man, your doublet is padded to broaden your shoulders even if it makes you sweat. And exercise. It's not a choice. Labor or combat keeps you fit, but injuries or illness could ruin your shape overnight. You're at the mercy of chance, and it's humbling. Body shape tied into bigger rituals. You're preparing for a betrothal. Maybe your figure scrutinized as a sign of your worth. Or you're a monk fasting to keep your body lean and pure. Each meal, each garment is a step in the beauty dance. The church watches, ready to judge if your shape strays too far from godliness. You're navigating their rules, standing taller, eating less, all to fit the mold. Let's talk specifics. For women, full hips and a small waist were gold-think fertility and youth. Breasts were celebrated, but modest, never exaggerated. Men aimed for broad chests and strong legs, proof they could wield a sword or a plow. Symmetry was key. Anything misshapen was suspect, a sign of divine disfavor. You're adjusting your belt, sucking in your gut, hoping your silhouette passes muster. The risks were real. Tight clothing could bruise or restrict breathing. Starving yourself to stay slim could weaken you, especially in a world of plague and famine. You're hearing tales of women fainting from laced gowns, or men injured from overtraining to look strong. And socially, a wrong body could sink your prospects too thin, and you're sickly, too heavy, and you're a glutton. You're learning to balance to present a shape that pleases without breaking you. As you step away from the court, the hum of lutes fading, you're carrying a new truth. Body shape was a public performance. You're imagining the pinch of a belt, the ache of standing tall, the fear of a misjudged meal. Beauty here is a discipline enforced by eyes and expectations. Remember that crocodile dung cream, those magical hair clippings, or that toxic rouge body shape has its own quirks, like those destiny-predicting hips. You're seeing how every choice your skin-hair face figure builds a story the world demands. And next, it's time to slip into the clothes that make or break that story. You're still threading your way through the vivid, unforgiving world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a personal quest, it's a public performance that can crown you or crush you. You've endured the sting of skin-whitening pastes, the tangle of perfect braids, the gamble of toxic makeup, and the pressure to mold your body just right. Now you're stepping into the realm of clothing, where what you wear isn't just fashion, it's a megaphone for your beauty, your status, and your place in the pecking order. Picture yourself in a 13th century manor, tugging at a heavy wool gown or a padded doublet, every stitch a signal to the world. In this era, your outfit is your armor, and you're dressing to win. Clothing in medieval times was a cornerstone of beauty, transforming your silhouette into a walking billboard of virtue and wealth. For women, flowing gowns with tight waists and trailing sleeves amplified their grace. For men, fitted tunics and hose showcased strength and discipline. The mainstream fact, sumptuary laws like those enacted in 14th century England regulated who could wear what silk for nobles, coarse wool for peasants, proving that clothing was a legal tool to enforce class and beauty standards. Your wardrobe wasn't just style, it was a contract with society. So how do you dress to impress in a world without fast fashion? You're relying on hand-stitched garments, often made by you or a local tailor. Imagine you're a noblewoman in 12th century Provence, slipping into a silk kirtle dyed with costly indigo, its laces pulled tight to cinch your waist. If you're a peasant, you're in a shapeless linen shift, maybe dyed with cheap woad, hoping it's clean enough to pass muster. Either way, you're choosing colors, cuts, and accessories to scream beautiful, without breaking the bank or the law. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some medieval folks believed clothing could change your fate. A 13th century Italian superstition held that wearing green could attract good luck, especially for brides. Picture you nervously pulling on a green veil for your betrothal, hoping it'll charm your future husband. It's a small act, but it feels like magic, and you're all in. People took these beliefs seriously, picking outfits, not just for looks, but for destiny. Your cloak might just be your talisman. Historians still argue whether clothing's role in beauty was about self-expression or social control. Some say it let people craft their image, bending rigid class lines. Others argue it was a cage with laws and costs dictating every thread. Whatever the truth, you're feeling the weight of those expectations, your shoulders aching under a fur-lined mantle as you try to look stunning without stepping out of line. Let's set the scene. You're at a 14th century Venetian feast, the air shimmering with candlelight and ambition. A lady sweeps past her gown, a cascade of crimson velvet, its sleeves so long they brush the floor. Her beauty has amplified her wealth, unmistakable. Nearby, a merchant in a padded doublet struts his hose tight enough to show off his legs. Everyone's dressed to dazzle their clothes, a second skin that speaks louder than words. You're noticing how every fold and hue tells a story, noble, devout, or daring. But dressing beautifully is no breeze. You're wrestling with heavy fabrics, wool linen or silk, that itch or weigh you down. Laces and pins hold everything together, but one wrong move and your gown's gaping. If you're wealthy, your clothes are tailored to flatter, but they're hot and restrictive. If you're poor, your single outfit is patched, and faded beauty a distant dream. And maintenance. You're scrubbing stains by hand, praying the dye doesn't run. Fashion is a grind, and you're in deep. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval noble tripping over your own trailing sleeves during a courtly dance, nearly taking down a candelabra. You're blushing as the room snickers. Another laugh. Some men stuff their doublets with wool to fake broader chests, waddling like overstuffed pillows. Picture a knight puffing up for a tournament, only to pop a seam. And one more beauty manuals warned against bright colors. If you were impure, wear scarlet, and you're practically confessing to sin. So you're sticking to safe blues, hoping no one questions your soul. Clothing wasn't just about looks, it was a cultural battlefield. The church preached modesty, railing against low necklines or flashy furs. You're dodging their sermons while trying to shine. Noble women pushed boundaries wearing plunging bodices to hint at allure, while men sported codpieces, yes, those to flaunt virility. You're learning that beauty is a rebellion, a way to nudge the rules without breaking them. Every outfit is a calculated risk, and you're playing to win. Let's linger at that feast. The lady in crimson isn't just stylish, she's strategic. Her gown's cost could feed a village its cut, enhancing her figure to perfection. But she's sweating under its weight, her movements careful to avoid tearing the delicate silk. The merchant, meanwhile, is peacocking his doublet's padding, making him look stronger than he is. You're also spotting the less fortunate a servant in a drab tunic, her beauty dimmed by poverty. Clothing levels the playing field, or buries you. The tools are rough. You're pinning your veil with bone needles, hoping they don't snap. Belts and buckles shape your silhouette, but they dig into your skin. If you're lucky, you've got a wooden mannequin to drape your clothes, but most folks make do with guesswork. And accessories. Brooches, rings, and embroidered sashes add flair, but they're costly. You're borrowing a silver clasp for the night, praying you don't lose it. Beauty is a craft, and you're no master yet. Clothing tied into bigger rituals. You're dressing for a coronation, maybe your gown a symbol of loyalty to the crown. Or you're a bride, your veil a promise of purity. Each outfit marks a moment, a way to stake your claim in the world. The church watches ready to judge if your neckline dips too low. You're navigating their rules, choosing modest cuts, but sneaking in a bold color to stand out. Let's talk specifics. For women, gowns with high waists and flowing skirts were gold, creating that fertile, graceful look. Sleeves were a statement long and trailing for nobles, practical for workers. Men wore tunics over hose, the tighter the better to show off their form. Colors mattered: rich purples for royalty, earthy browns for peasants. You're picking a deep green, hoping it brings luck and flatters your frame. The risks were real. Sumptuary laws could fine you for wearing above your station silk on a merchant's wife was a crime. Ill-fitting clothes could make you a laughingstock, and poor maintenance could ruin your reputation. You're hearing tales of women fainting in tight gowns, or men mocked for ripped hose. And physically heavy fabrics could strain your back. Tight laces could bruise. You're balancing beauty with survival, and it's a tough call. As you step away from the feast, the clatter of plates fading, you're carrying a new truth. Clothing was beauty's loudest voice. You're imagining the pinch of a buckle, the swish of a hem, the fear of a torn seam. Beauty here is a performance staged with every stitch. Remember that crocodile dung cream, those charmed hair clippings, that toxic rouge, or those destiny-predicting hips. Clothing has its own magic, like that lucky green veil. You're seeing how every choice, your skin, hair, face, figure, outfit builds a story the world can't ignore. And next, it's time to see how royalty played this game. Because if you think the stakes are high, now just wait. You're still gliding through the intricate high-stakes world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a personal goal. It's a public declaration that can elevate you to glory or cast you into shadow. You've survived the burn of whitening creams, the labor of perfect hair, the peril of makeup, the discipline of body shape, and the weight of carefully chosen clothes. Now you're stepping into the dazzling, unforgiving realm of royalty, where beauty standards aren't just rules, they're a divine mandate. Picture yourself in a 14th century palace, surrounded by velvet tapestries and watchful courtiers, your every feature judged as a reflection of royal power. Here, beauty is a crown, and you'd better wear it well. Royal beauty standards were a cut above a blend of divine right and earthly perfection that set kings, queens, and their courts apart from the masses. While peasants and merchants chased ideals within their means, royalty had to embody a higher standard. Their looks, proof of God's favor. The mainstream fact, chronicles from the 13th century, like those describing Eleanor of Castile, praise queens for their radiant skin, graceful figures, and regal poise qualities that weren't just admired, but expected. A monarch's beauty wasn't personal, it was political. A tool to inspire loyalty and awe. So how do you meet these sky-high standards as a royal? You're not just primping, you're orchestrating a spectacle. Imagine you're a queen in 12th century France. Your ladies-in-waiting, brushing your hair with ivory combs, dressing you in gold-embroidered silk that costs more than a village's harvest. Your skin is flawless thanks to rare imported creams. Your posture is perfect, trained from childhood. If you're a king, you're sporting a trimmed beard and a muscular frame, your armor polished to reflect your divine aura. Every detail from your jeweled crown to your velvet slippers is a brushstroke in a portrait of power. Here's the quirky tidbit: some royals used beauty to dodge disaster. A 14th century legend claims a Byzantine princess avoided an unwanted marriage by exaggerating her beauty routine, scaring off suitors with rumors of bizarre rituals. Picture you whispering to a servant to spread tales of your magical beauty potions, hoping to keep a pesky duke at bay. It's a clever ruse, and you're chuckling at the thought of outsmarting politics with a well-timed rumor. Royals didn't just follow beauty standards, they weaponized them. Historians still argue whether royal beauty was a genuine ideal or a propaganda tool. Some say it reinforced the divine right of kings, making monarchs seem closer to angels than mortals. Others argue it was a burden, forcing royals to perform perfection under crushing scrutiny. Whatever the truth you're feeling, the pressure your every move watched as you try to embody a standard no mere mortal could sustain. Let's set the scene. You're at a 13th century English coronation, the air thick with incense and ambition. The queen enters, her pale face glowing under a gem-encrusted veil, her gown so heavy it takes 2 maids to lift the train. Her beauty is otherworldly, a signal of her divine favor. Nearby, the king stands tall, his broad shoulders accentuated by a fur-lined mantle, his jaw set like a statue of a saint. The court is spellbound, but you're noticing the effort, the queen's slight wince from tight laces, the king's sweat under his crown. Royal beauty is a performance, and it's grueling, but meeting these standards is a battle. You're surrounded by the best resources: imported silks, exotic perfumes, skilled attendants, but the expectations are merciless. A blemish on your face could spark rumors of God's displeasure. A slouch could undermine your authority. You're using costly saffron to dye your hair golden, or rubbing rose oil into your skin, each act a ritual to maintain the myth of perfection. If you're a king, you're training to keep your body strong, even if it means sparring in the rain. Beauty is your duty, and failure isn't an option. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a young princess practicing your regal glide for hours, only to trip over your own train in front of a visiting duke. You're mortified, but the court laughs it off barely. Another laugh. Some kings wore padded armor to fake a more heroic physique, clanking around like overstuffed tin cans. Picture a monarch waddling into battle, all for the sake of looking majestic. And one more beauty manuals for royals warned against having too hard wrinkles could ruin your divine image. So your stifling giggles your face a mask of serenity. Royal beauty wasn't just about vanity. It was a political chessboard. The church ever present blessed the idea that a beautiful monarch reflected God's will, but they also warned against pride. You're caught in their paradox, striving to dazzle while seeming humble. Queens faced extra scrutiny their beauty had to inspire without tempting sin. Kings could lean on strength, their scars a kind of beauty, but even they had to look polished. You're learning that beauty is a crown, heavy and sharp, that you can't take off. Let's linger at that coronation. The queen's beauty isn't just natural, it's a production. Her skin is whitened with rare alabaster powder, her lips painted with cochineal from distant lands. She's fasting to keep her figure slim, her every gesture rehearsed to exude grace. The king, meanwhile, is no slouch. His beard is oiled, his tunic tailored to perfection. But you're also seeing the cracks, a lady in waiting, adjusting the queen's veil to hide a stray hair, a squire wiping sweat from the king's brow. Beauty is a team effort, and the stakes are sky high. The tools are lavish but demanding. You're draped in fabrics, samite damask cloth of gold that shimmer but weigh a ton. Jewelry is your armor. Rubies for passion, pearls for purity. Your crown studded with emeralds digs into your scalp, a constant reminder of your role. If you're a queen, your hair is styled with heated tongs, a risky process that could singe your locks. Kings use scented oils, their scent a cloud of authority. You're a walking masterpiece, but every detail takes hours. Beauty tied into royal rituals. You're preparing for a diplomatic summit, your appearance a message to allies and rivals. Or you're posing for a portrait, your features idealized to cement your legacy. Each gown, each jewel is a symbol of your reign. The church watches, praising your radiance, but preaching modesty. You're balancing their rules, choosing a modest neckline, but adding a sapphire brooch to steal the show. Let's talk specifics. For queens, long gowns with fitted bodices and flowing trains were ideal, emphasizing grace and fertility. Gold and purple hues screamed divinity. Kings wore tunics with broad shoulders, often layered with mantles to add grandeur. Accessories were key scepters. Rings and fur collars added gravitas. You're choosing a crimson robe, hoping its richness reflects your power without seeming vain. The risks were steep. A wardrobe malfunction, a torn hem, a slipped crown could spark scandal. Costly outfits drained treasuries, risking public unrest. Physically heavy garments could strain your body. Tight laces could make you faint. You're hearing tales of queens collapsing under their own gowns, or kings mocked for gaudy excess. And socially, a misjudged outfit could weaken your rule, making you seem weak or frivolous. You're learning to tread carefully to shine without burning out. As you step away from the coronation, the organs hum fading. You're carrying a new truth. Royal beauty was a divine performance. You're imagining the weight of a crown, the pinch of a bodice, the fear of a single flaw. Beauty here is a throne, exalted but exhausting. Remember that crocodile dung cream, those charmed hair clippings, that toxic rouge, those prophetic hips, or that lucky green veil. Royal beauty has its own tricks, like that princess's rumored rituals. You're seeing how every choice, your skin, hair, face, figure, clothes, presence builds a story the kingdom demands. And next, it's time to see how peasants played this game. Because if royalty's beauty is divine, the common folks is a fight for scraps. You're still trudging through the vivid, unforgiving landscape of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a desire, it's a currency that buys respect, love, or survival. You've braved the royal court's dazzling demands, from toxic creams to heavy crowns, where every detail had to scream divine perfection. Now you're stepping out of the palace and into the muddy fields, where peasants chase beauty under far harsher rules. Picture yourself in a 13th century village, your hands rough from labor, your one good tunic patched but clean as you try to catch a glimpse of beauty's fleeting promise. For common folk, beauty isn't a luxury. It's a gritty, desperate struggle against the odds. Peasant beauty standards were shaped by survival, not splendor. While nobles flaunted pale skin and silk, peasants aimed for a simpler ideal, a healthy, sturdy look that proved you could work hard and bear children. The mainstream fact, manorial records from 14th century England, show that comely peasants, those with clear skin and strong frames, often had better marriage prospects, as beauty signaled vitality in a world of disease and hunger. Your looks weren't just personal, they were a lifeline, a way to secure a better future in a brutal world. So how do you chase beauty when you're scraping by? You're not mixing imported pigments or slipping into velvet. Instead, you're washing your face in cold stream water, hoping it hides the grime. Imagine you're a farmer's daughter in 12th century Saxony, braiding your hair with a bit of twine, your only jewel. Your tunic is coarse linen, dyed with cheap herbs like madder, but you mend it carefully to look presentable. If you're a man, you're trimming your beard with a rusty blade, aiming for a neatness that says you're reliable. Beauty is basic here. Cleanliness, strength, and a touch of pride. Here's the quirky tidbit: some peasants used food as makeshift cosmetics. A 13th century oral tradition from rural France mentions women rubbing beet juice on their cheeks for a rosy glow. Picture you sneaking a beet from the stew pot, smearing its juice on your face before a village dance, hoping it makes you stand out. It's a small rebellion against your lot, but it's risky. If the juice stains your only shift, you're stuck looking like a clumsy cook. Beauty was resourceful, born from whatever you could scrounge. Historians still argue whether peasant beauty standards were a faint echo of noble ideals, or something entirely their own. Some say they mimicked the elite craving pale skin despite their sun-baked lives. Others argue their standards were practical, valuing resilience over refinement. Whatever the truth you're feeling, the strain your back aching from field work as you try to look comely without a single luxury to your name. Let's set the scene. You're at a village harvest festival in 14th century Tuscany, the air alive with laughter and the smell of fresh bread. A young woman dances by her face, scrubbed clean her dark hair, tied with a scrap of red cloth. She's beautiful in a rugged way, her strength as striking as her smile. Nearby, a young man with a neatly trimmed beard and a patched but tidy tunic joins the reel. Their beauty is hard-won, a defiance of their daily grind. You're noticing how every clean face or mended hem tells a story. Hopeful, resilient human. But chasing beauty as a peasant is a slog. You're working dawn to dusk, your skin roughened by wind and labor. Bathing is a rare treat, maybe once a month, in a shared tub if you're lucky. Your diet is meager porridge, turnips, the occasional egg. Malnutrition could dull your eyes or thin your hair, making beauty a distant goal. Clothing is your biggest hurdle. You've got one or two outfits worn until they fray. You're darning holes by firelight, hoping your Sunday best holds up for church. Beauty is a battle against poverty itself. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a peasant lass rubbing beet juice on your cheeks, only to have it drip down your chin during a dance, making you look like you lost a fight with a pie. The village boys laugh, but you're mortified. Another laugh. Some men smeared mud on their faces to fake a rugged look, thinking it impressed the girls. Picture a lad strutting around his face, a patchy mess, wondering why no one's swooning. And one more beauty tips passed down by grandmothers, warned against frowning scowl too much, and you'd scare off suitors. So you're forcing a smile even when your feet ache from plowing. Beauty for peasants wasn't just about looks, it was a social lifeline. The church, always looming, praised natural beauty as a sign of humility, but even they expected you to look presentable at Mass. You're dodging their lectures while trying to shine. A clear complexion could catch a better husband. A strong frame could earn a nod from the Lord Steward. but the rules were unfair. Nobles could hide flaws with silk, while your every blemish was exposed. You're learning that beauty is a dream, but one you can't quite afford. Let's linger at that festival. The dancing girl isn't just pretty, she's strategic. Her clean face and bright eyes signal health, making her a prize in the marriage market. But she's exhausted, her hands calloused from reaping. The man in the tidy tunic is no different. He's labored all week, but his effort to look neat is a bid for respect. You're also seeing the less fortunate and older woman, her face lined from hunger, her beauty faded in the village's eyes. Beauty is a privilege, and not everyone can claim it. The tools are bare bones. You're combing your hair with a whittled stick, your mirror a bucket of water. Soap, if you have it, is harsh, made from ashes and fat. Your only accessories might be a woven belt or a wildflower tucked in your hair. If you're a man, your knife doubles as a razor, and a cut cheek is just part of the deal. You're making do, stealing moments to primp before a fair or a betrothal. Beauty is a scrap of dignity, and you're clinging to it. Beauty tied into village life. You're preparing for a wedding, maybe your one good tunic brushed clean to honor the day. Or you're at church, your hair covered to please the priest. Each effort is a ritual, a way to belong. The church watches, praising modesty but judging your ragged hem. You're navigating their rules, scrubbing your face raw to look pure without seeming vain. Let's talk specifics. For women, a sturdy but not heavy frame was ideal proof you could work and bear children. Clear skin was a miracle given the dirt and disease. Men aimed for broad shoulders and a lean build, signs of labor and strength. Colors were muted, browns, greens, blues from cheap dyes. You're wearing a faded blue shift, hoping its simplicity still catches an eye. The risks were harsh. A torn tunic could mark you as slovenly, ruining your prospects. Poor hygiene could lead to infections scarring your face. You're hearing tales of girls shunned for looking sickly, or men mocked for unkempt beards. And socially, beauty was a gamble one bad day, one stained outfit, and you're the village joke. You're learning to scrape by to present a face that earns a nod instead of a sneer. As you step away from the festival, the fiddle's tune fading, you're carrying a new truth. Peasant beauty was a fight for dignity. You're imagining the chill of stream water, the weight of a patched tunic, the hope of a beet-stained cheek. Beauty here is a rebellion against hardship. Remember that crocodile dung cream, those charmed hair clippings, that toxic rouge, those prophetic hips, that lucky green veil, or that princess's rumored rituals. Peasant beauty has its own hacks, like that beet juice blush. You're seeing how every choice, your skin, hair, face, figure, clothes effort, builds a story the village reads. And next, it's time to face the church. Because if peasants fought for beauty, faith shaped the rules. You're still trudging through the rough-hewn world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a fleeting hope. It's a hard-won badge that can shift your fate in a heartbeat. You've sweated through the peasant struggle for a comely face, piecing together scraps of beauty amid toil and scarcity. You've also seen the royal court's gilded demands, where every look had to dazzle like a saint's halo. Now you're stepping into the shadow of the church, where beauty meets faith in a tangle of praise and suspicion. Picture yourself in a 13th century chapel, the air heavy with incense as you adjust your veil under the priest's watchful eye. Here, beauty isn't just yours, it's God's, and you'd better tread carefully. The church held a vice grip on medieval beauty standards, framing them as a reflection of divine order. or a slippery slope to sin. Your looks were supposed to honor God, not tempt mortals. The mainstream fact, sermons from the 12th century, like those of Bernard of Clairvaux, urged women to shun vanity, insisting that true beauty lay in humility and modesty. Yet the same church commissioned art depicting saints with glowing skin and perfect features, setting a standard that was tough to ignore. Your face, your hair, your clothes, they're all part of a divine script, and straying from it could land you in hot water. So how do you navigate beauty under heaven's scrutiny? You're keeping it simple, or at least trying to. Imagine you're a townswoman in 14th century Bruges, your hair tucked under a plain linen coif to signal virtue. Your dress is modest, high-necked and loose, but you're sneaking a touch of color, a green sash maybe to feel human. If you're a man, you're keeping your beard trimmed and your tunic clean, avoiding the heathen look of wild hair. The church wants you pure, but you're still hoping to catch a kind glance at market. Here's the quirky tidbit some believed beauty could invite divine favor or curses. A 13th century English legend claimed that a woman's radiant face could earn a saint's blessing, but only if her heart matched her looks. Picture you polishing your cheeks with a cloth, half praying your glow convinces Saint Agnes to send you luck. It's a mix of faith and folklore, and you're hedging your bets, hoping your clear skin doesn't hide a sinful soul. Beauty wasn't just seen, it was spiritual currency. Historians still argue whether the church's beauty rules empowered or oppressed. Some say they gave people a moral framework, tying looks to godliness. Others argue they were a leash, especially for women, whose every choice was judged as potential vice. Whatever the case you're feeling, the weight your shoulders hunched under a coarse cloak as you try to look holy without losing yourself. Let's set the scene. You're in a stone church in 12th century York. The congregation hushed as candlelight flickers on a statue of the Virgin Mary, her face pale and serene. A young woman kneels nearby, her face scrubbed to mimic that saintly glow, her veil pinned tightly. Across the aisle, a man with a neat beard bows his head, his plain tunic a nod to humility. Their beauty is restrained, a careful offering to God. You're noticing how every tucked strand or muted color speaks pious, obedient, safe. But pleasing the church is a grind. You're avoiding bright dyes or low necklines, knowing a priest might call you out in a sermon. Bathing is tricky too much, and you're vain. Too little, and you're slovenly. You're washing in cold water, maybe splashing on herb-infused vinegar to smell fresh without seeming proud. If you're a woman, your hair is your biggest worry. Loose locks could brand you a temptress, so you're pinning it up your scalp, aching. Men face less heat, but a messy appearance could still earn a lecture. Beauty is a tightrope, and the church holds the rope. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a village girl sneaking a bit of berry juice on your lips for Sunday Mass, only to have it smear when you kiss the priest's ring. You're wiping it off, praying he doesn't notice. Another laugh. Some men shaved their heads to look more monk-like, hoping it scored points with God, until their sunburned scalps made the village giggle. Picture a lad hiding under a hood red as a beet. And one more, church guides warned against excessive smiling. Too much joy could hint at sin. So you're keeping a straight face even when the sermon drags on. Beauty wasn't just a personal act. It was a religious performance. The church saw your body as God's temple, and defacing it with vanity was a crime. Yet they also celebrated beauty in their art, Think of those illuminated manuscripts with angels sporting flawless skin. You're caught in their mixed signals, wanting to shine, but fearing a slap on the wrist. Women bore the brunt. Your veil, your posture, your every glance had to scream purity. Men could skate by with less fuss, but even they had to look disciplined. You're learning that beauty is a prayer, but one that's hard to get right. Let's linger in that church. The woman with the tight veil isn't just pious, she's strategic. Her clean face and modest dress are armor against gossip, maybe even a bid for a better marriage. But she's uncomfortable, her coif itching in the damp air. The man with the neat beard is no slouch. He's scrubbed his face raw to look respectable, hoping the priest notices his devotion. You're also seeing the outliers, an older woman, her face lined and uncovered, drawing frowns for her carelessness. Beauty is a holy mandate, but not everyone can meet it. The tools are sparse. You're using homemade soap, gritty and harsh, to wash away sin and dirt. Combs are wooden, snagging your hair as you force it under a cap. Your clothes are plain wool or linen, dyed with cheap plants, but you're mending them obsessively to avoid looking ragged. If you're lucky, you've got a copper brooch, a tiny rebellion against the drab. You're stealing moments to primp, maybe before a saint's feast day, when the whole village watches. Beauty tied into faith's rhythms. You're preparing for Lent fasting to purify your body and face. Or you're at a baptism, your best tunic brushed clean to honor God. Each act is a ritual, a way to align with the divine. The church watches, praising your modesty, but quick to judge a bold color or a stray lock. You're navigating their rules, choosing muted tones, but dreaming of a splash of red. Let's talk specifics. For women, loose gowns and covered hair were non-negotiable, signaling chastity. Pale skin, if you could manage it, echoed the saints. Men needed tidy hair and simple clothes, proof of restraint. Colors were subdued, grays, browns, soft blues to avoid pride. You're wearing a faded green cloak, hoping it's holy enough, but still pretty. The risks were steep. A vain appearance could earn you a public shaming. Imagine a priest calling you out mid-sermon. Poor hygiene, on the other hand, could mark you as ungodly. You're hearing tales of women ostracized for uncovered hair, or men mocked for flashy tunics. Physically tight veils could cause headaches. Harsh soaps could burn your skin. You're balancing faith with beauty, and it's a heavy load. As you step out of the church, the bells toll, fading. You're carrying a new truth. Beauty was a divine test. You're imagining the itch of a coif, the sting of soap, the fear of a priest's glare. Beauty here is a prayer whispered under scrutiny. Remember that crocodile dung cream, those charmed hair clippings, the toxic rouge, those prophetic hips, that lucky green veil that princesses rituals, or that beet juice blush. Faith's beauty has its own quirks, like that saint-blessed glow. You're seeing how every choice, your skin, hair, face, figure, clothes, piety builds a story. God and man both judge. And next, it's time to compare how men and women faced these pressures. Because if faith shaped beauty, gender split it in two. You're still weaving through the vibrant, judgmental maze of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a choice, it's a performance that can win you favor or mark you for scorn. You've felt the church's heavy hand, demanding your looks reflect divine humility, while secretly craving saintly radiance. You've also seen peasants scrape by, and royals dazzle, each chasing beauty's elusive prize. Now you're diving into the split between men and women, where beauty standards bend and twist by gender. Picture yourself in a 13th century market square, men in tight hose, and women in veiled gowns, each navigating a different set of rules. Here, beauty is a game with two playbooks, and you're flipping through both. Gendered beauty norms in medieval times were a study in contrasts. Women were held to stricter standards, their looks tied to purity, fertility, and submission. Men had more wiggle room, their beauty linked to strength and authority, with fewer moral traps. The mainstream fact, courtly love poetry from the 12th century, like that of Chrétien de Troyes, describes women as delicate, pale, and graceful, while men are praised for rugged jaws and muscular builds. These ideals weren't just poetic, they shaped how people presented themselves from the village to the castle. So how do you play your part? If you're a woman, you're aiming for a soft, ethereal look. Imagine you're a weaver's daughter in 14th century Siena, your face whitened with flour paste, your hair hidden under a coif to avoid tempting anyone. Your gown is loose, but belted to hint at a fertile figure. If you're a man, you're going for controlled strength. Think a blacksmith in 13th century York. Your beard trimmed your tunic, fitted to show off your arms. Women's beauty is about restraint. Men's is about presence. Both are work, but the stakes feel higher for her. Here's the quirky tidbit: some men used beauty to flirt with danger. A 13th century Spanish tale describes knights painting their faces with walnut juice to darken their skin, mimicking battle-hardened warriors. Picture you a young squire smearing on the stuff before a tournament, hoping to look tougher than you feel. It's a bold move, but if it backfires, you're stuck looking like you rolled in mud. Women rarely had such playful leeway. Their beauty was too tightly policed to risk a stunt like that. Historians still argue whether these gendered norms were rooted in biology or power. Some say women's standards reflected their role as mothers, while men's emphasized their dominance. Others argue it was control. Women were kept pure to limit their agency, while men could flex their looks without fear of sin. Whatever the reason you're feeling the divide, your every choice shaped by whether you're judged as a maiden or a master. Let's set the scene. You're at a 12th century French fair, the air buzzing with hawkers and music. A young woman glides by, her pale face framed by a sheer veil, her steps small to seem delicate. She's beautiful, but her eyes flicker with caution. She knows one bold move could brand her vain. Nearby, a man in a short tunic struts, his broad chest puffed out, his hair neatly combed. He's confident, his beauty a badge of vigor, with less risk of rebuke. You're noticing how their performances differ. She's a whisper, he's a shout. For women, beauty is a maze of don'ts. You're avoiding bright colors, uncovered hair, or too much laughter. Any could signal loose morals. You're washing with harsh lye soap, hoping for that holy glow, and binding your hair so tightly your scalp aches. Your body must be soft, but not heavy, fertile, but not sensual. It's exhausting, and the church is always watching, ready to preach about Eve's vanity. You're trying to shine without crossing into sin, a balance that feels impossible some days. Men have it easier, but not easy. You're keeping your hair short to avoid looking like a barbarian, your beard oiled to signal care. Your clothes are tight hose and tunics that show off your legs and shoulders, but not so flashy they scream pride. You're training to stay lean, maybe wrestling or hauling wood, because a soft body could lose you respect. The church cares less about your looks, but society still judges too sloppy, and you're a lout, too polished, and you're a fop. You're aiming for rugged charm without overdoing it. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval lass practicing your modest gaze in a puddle's reflection, only to trip into the mud while avoiding a suitor's stare. You're soaked and humiliated, your beauty plan in tatters. Another laugh, some men wore oversized cod pieces to boast virility, waddling like they'd stuffed a melon in their pants. Picture a merchant tripping over his own ego at the fair. And one more, women's beauty guides warned against chewing loudly. Bad manners could ruin your delicate image. So you're nibbling bread like a mouse, hoping no one hears. Beauty's gendered split wasn't just about aesthetics. It was a power dynamic. Women's looks were a public good, meant to please husbands, families, and God. You're feeling the weight every blemish or loose strand could spark gossip. Men's beauty was more their own a tool to command or charm without the same moral baggage. A woman's pale skin signaled virtue. A man's broad shoulders signaled control. You're seeing how the rules tilt, giving him freedom while tying her in knots. Let's linger at that fair. The veiled woman isn't just pretty. She's a fortress. Her beauty is a shield meant to secure a good match without drawing wrath. But she's tired, her feet sore from standing straight, her face stiff from avoiding smiles. The strutting man, meanwhile, is all swagger. His beauty is a flex, a way to stand out in a crowd of rivals. You're also spotting the missteps, a girl with a torn veil, drawing tisks for her shamelessness, or a man with a slovenly tunic ignored by the crowd. Beauty is a script, and gender writes the lines. The tools reflect the divide. Women use veils, belts, and crude cosmetics, each a step in a choreographed dance. You're pinning your coif with bone needles, praying it stays put. Men rely on razors and simple combs, their grooming less fussy, but still deliberate. You're sharpening a blade to trim your beard, hoping for clean lines. Women's beauty takes hours, men's takes minutes. Yet both are judged her for purity, him for prowess, beauty tied into gendered rituals. You're a woman preparing for betrothal, your face and figure primped to prove your worth. Or you're a man at a guild feast, your tidy appearance a bid for trust. Each act is a performance shaped by what the world expects. The church looms larger for women demanding modesty. Men dodge that net, but must still look respectable. You're navigating the split, choosing restraint or boldness by your role. Let's talk specifics. Women needed pale skin, soft curves, and covered hair. Think Virgin Mary, but human. Men aimed for strong jaws, lean builds, and neat grooming. Think a knight, but grounded. Colors followed suit. Women in muted blues or greens, men in bolder reds or browns. You're a woman in a gray gown hoping it's pious but pretty. Or a man in a green tunic, hoping it's striking but not proud. The risks were uneven. Women faced social ruin. A bold lip or loose lock could spark scandal. You're hearing tales of girls shunned for immodesty. Men risked mockery. A bad haircut could make you a joke, but rarely damnation. Physically, women's tight bindings could bruise. Men's tight hose could chafe. You're balancing beauty's cost, her burden heavier than his. As you leave the fair, the crowd's hum fading. You're carrying a new truth. Beauty was gendered armor. You're imagining the pinch of a veil, the scrape of a razor, the weight of different rules. Beauty here is a dance with steps for each sex. Remember that crocodile dung cream, charmed hair, toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil, princess's rituals, beet juice, blush, or saintly glow. Gendered beauty has its own quirks, like that walnut juice war paint. You're seeing how every choice, skin, hair, face, figure, clothes, piety, gender, builds a story. The world splits in two. And next, it's time to see how beauty swayed love. Because if gender shaped the game, marriage was the prize. You're still wandering the bustling, judgmental streets of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a mirror's reflection. It's a key to unlock love status or survival. You've seen how gender splits beauty's rules, with women bound tighter than men, and how the church, peasants, and royals each play the game differently. Now you're stepping into the heart of it all, marriage. Beauty here isn't just a bonus. It's a deal breaker that can seal a betrothal or send you back to the spinning wheel. Picture yourself in a 13th century hall. Your best tunic smoothed your face, scrubbed as families barter over your looks, like they're trading livestock. In this world, beauty is your dowry, and you'd better bring your best. In medieval times, beauty was a cornerstone of marriage, a visible promise of health, fertility, and social worth. For women, it was critical your face and figure could tip the scales toward a prosperous match. Men's looks mattered too, but wealth or skill often outweighed their charm. The mainstream fact, marriage contracts from 14th century Italy, like those in Florence's archives, often describe brides' appearances. Pale skin, bright eyes, as key bargaining chips, while grooms' looks are barely mentioned. Your beauty, especially if you're a woman, is a currency, and the stakes are your future. So how do you make yourself marriage material? If you're a woman, you're pulling out all the stops. Imagine you're a merchant's daughter in 12th century Cologne. Your hair braided tightly, your skin dusted with flour to fake that noble pallor. Your gown is your finest, dyed a soft blue to hint at modesty and means. If you're a man, you're less fussed. Think a tanner in 13th century Dublin. Your beard neat, your tunic clean enough to show you're dependable. Women's beauty is a performance for the matchmaker. Men's is a footnote to their prospects. Here's the quirky tidbit some believed beauty predicted a couple's harmony. A 13th century German treatise claimed a woman's small mouth meant a peaceful wife, while a man's broad forehead promised fidelity. Picture you nervously checking your reflection in a bucket, wondering if your lips are peaceful enough for your suitor's family. It's absurd, but it's real. People judged your face for clues to your marriage's success, and you're hoping your features pass the test. Historians still argue whether beauty's role in marriage was practical or romantic. Some say it was cold calculation. Healthy looks meant healthy heirs. Others argue courtly. Love ideals, with their swooning over fair maidens, added a spark of passion to the deal. Whatever the truth you're feeling, the pressure your heart racing as you stand before a potential in-law, praying your glow seals the match. Let's set the scene. You're at a betrothal feast in 14th century Bruges, the air thick with wine and tension. A young woman sits at the high table, her face pale as moonlight, her eyes downcast to seem demure. Her beauty is her family's trump card, a signal she'll bear strong children. Across the room, her suitor, a merchant's son, sports a tidy beard and a solid frame. His looks are decent, but his land is the real prize. You're noticing how beauty tilts the scales. She's the star, he's the contract. For women, beauty is a gauntlet. You're whitening your skin with risky vinegar washes, hoping to mimic a noble's glow. Your hair is pinned under a veil, your figure cinched to suggest fertility, without flaunting curves. Every detail, your clear eyes, your soft hands is under scrutiny. If you're flawed, a scar, a limp, your dowry better be hefty. You're dodging gossip, knowing one bad day could tank your prospects. The church adds pressure, demanding modesty, so you're avoiding bright colors or bold glances even if it dulls your shine. Men have an easier path, but it's not a free pass. You're keeping your posture straight, your clothes mended to look like a provider. A strong jaw or bright eyes might catch a bride's fancy, but your real beauty is your trade or title. Still, you're not slacking. A sloppy appearance could signal laziness, and no family wants that. You're polishing your boots, hoping your effort tips the balance in a crowded field of suitors. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a bride-to-be, practicing your chaste smile for hours, only to sneeze mid-negotiation and ruin your saintly vibe. You're scrambling to recover cheeks burning. Another laugh. Some men puffed up their chests with padded tunics, looking like overinflated bellows to impress a bride's father. Picture a groom waddling into the hall, his stuffing shifting awkwardly. And one more matchmaker's warned women against overly bright eyes, too lively, and you're trouble. So you're half squinting, hoping you look sweet, not sleepy. Beauty in marriage wasn't just about attraction, it was a transaction. Women's looks were a public asset meant to secure alliances or climb social ladders. You're feeling the weight your face is your family's fortune. Men's beauty was secondary, a nice-to-have behind their fields or skills. A woman's clear skin promised heirs. A man's strong build promised protection. You're seeing the imbalance. She's the prize, he's the deal. And the rules are rarely fair. Let's linger at that feast. The bride's beauty is no accident. She's fasted to slim her waist, her hands softened with stolen lard. Her veil is sheer enough to hint at her hair's luster, a calculated tease. But she's nervous, her fingers twitching. She knows one blemish could sour the deal. The groom, meanwhile, is relaxed, his confidence built on his father's wealth. You're also spotting the overlooked a plainer girl, her dowry too small, to offset her looks, sitting ignored. Beauty is a gatekeeper, and not everyone gets through. The tools are familiar, but strained. Women use crude cosmetics, berry juice, flower paste, to enhance their glow, each dab a prayer for success. You're smearing on a risky lead cream, hoping it doesn't burn before the feast ends. Men rely on simple grooming combs, razors a quick wash. You're scraping your chin with a dull blade, wincing but determined. Women's beauty takes patience and pain. Men's takes a quick scrub and a strut. Beauty tied into marriage's rituals. You're a woman preparing for a betrothal, your face primped to dazzle your gown, a symbol of your worth. Or you're a man at a contract, signing your tidy appearance a nod to your reliability. Each act is a step toward a new life, shaped by what the match demands. The church looms, blessing the union, but judging your vanity. You're choosing modesty, but dreaming of a moment to shine. Let's talk specifics. Women needed that pale, youthful look. Think soft cheeks and bright eyes to signal fertility. A slender but rounded figure sealed the deal. Men aimed for a sturdy frame with neat hair and a clean face to show discipline. Colors mattered women in gentle hues like blue or cream, men in practical browns or greens. You're a woman in a pale gray gown hoping it's bridal, or a man in a russet tunic hoping it's enough. The risks were brutal. For women, a flawed appearance could mean spinsterhood. Imagine being passed over for a pockmark or a squint. Men risked less, but a slovenly look could lose a wealthy bride. Physically, women's beauty. AIDS, tight laces, toxic creams could harm health. You're hearing tales of brides fainting from corsets, or grooms mocked for bad teeth. Socially, beauty was a gamble, one misstep, and your match could crumble. As you leave the feast, the clink of cups fading, you're carrying a new truth. Beauty was marriage's gatekeeper. You're imagining the sting of a face, wash the weight of a veil, the hope of a suitor's nod. Beauty here is a contract signed with every glance. Remember that crocodile dung cream, charmed hair, toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil princesses rituals, beet juice blush, saintly glow, or walnut juice war paint. Marriage beauty has its own quirks, like that small mouth prophecy. You're seeing how every choice skin hair, face figure clothes, piety gender, love builds a story the matchmaker reads. And next, it's time to scrub up, because if beauty won a spouse, hygiene kept you alive. You're still trudging through the vibrant, unforgiving world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a fleeting charm, it's a lifeline that can secure a spouse, a status, or a shred of dignity. You've seen how marriage hinges on a glowing face or a well-chosen gown, with women bearing the heavier burden. You've also navigated the church's rules, the peasant's grind, and the royal spotlight. Now you're diving into a less glamorous but vital piece of the beauty puzzle: hygiene. Picture yourself in a 13th century village, splashing icy water from a bucket, hoping to scrub away dirt and doubt. In this era, cleanliness isn't just next to godliness, it's a beauty essential, and you're fighting to get it right. Hygiene in medieval times was a surprising cornerstone of beauty, tying your looks to health virtue and social worth. While baths weren't as rare as modern myths suggest, they were a luxury for most, and staying clean was a constant battle. The mainstream fact, medical texts from the 14th century, like those by Avicenna's followers, stress that cleanliness, clear skin, fresh breath, enhanced beauty, and signaled a sound body. Your scrubbed face or combed hair wasn't just attractive, it was proof you could dodge disease in a world where plague lurked around every corner. So how do you stay clean when plumbing is a pipe dream? You're making do with what's at hand. Imagine you're a baker's wife in 12th century Toledo, washing your face in a basin with lye soap that stings your eyes. You're brushing your teeth with a twig and salt, hoping your breath doesn't offend at market. If you're a man, say a shepherd in 13th century Wales, you're rinsing off in a stream, your one tunic scrubbed on rocks when you can spare it. Cleanliness is beauty's foundation, but it's a grueling climb to get there. Here's the quirky tidbit: some medieval folks thought hygiene could ward off evil. A 13th century English remedy book suggests washing with rosemary water to repel wicked spirits while keeping your skin soft. Picture you splashing your face with herb-scented water, half hoping it makes you glow, half hoping it keeps demons at bay. It's a strange mix of practicality and superstition, but you're not taking chances. Beauty and safety are worth the extra effort. Historians still argue whether hygiene's link to beauty was about health or morality. Some say it was practical clean skin meant fewer infections a big deal, when medicine was mostly guesswork. Others argue the church tied cleanliness to purity, making a scrubbed face a moral badge. Whatever the reason, you're feeling the strain, your hands chapped from scrubbing, as you try to look radiant without a drop of hot water. Let's set the scene. You're in a 14th century Flemish town square, the air sharp with wood smoke and chatter. A young woman passes, her face freshly washed, her hair tucked under a clean coif. Her cleanliness makes her stand out, a quiet boast of health and care. Nearby, a man with a neatly shaved chin and a spotless cloak nods to a friend, his hygiene signals he's no slouch. You're noticing how every scrubbed inch or mended seam speaks healthy, virtuous, worthy, but staying clean is a slog. You're bathing maybe once a month, if you're lucky in a wooden tub shared with your family. Water's hauled from a well heated over a fire if you can afford the wood. Soap is harsh, made from ashes and fat, and it burns if you're not careful. Your clothes are another hurdle. You're washing them by hand, pounding them against stones, praying they dry before Sunday Mass. If you're a peasant, you're lucky to bathe at all. Nobles have private tubs, but even they ration water. Hygiene is beauty's backbone, but it's back-breaking work. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval teen sneaking a bath in the river, only to slip and dunk your only clean tunic in the mud. You're fishing it out, cursing your luck as the village kids giggle. Another laugh. Some men chewed parsley to freshen their breath, swaggering like they'd invented mint. Picture a merchant chomping greens before a deal, his teeth flecked with leaves. And one more hygiene guide's warned against overwashing too clean, and you'd weaken your natural oils. So you're rationing baths, hoping you smell holy, not rank. Hygiene wasn't just about looks, it was a social signal. The church preached that a clean body reflected a pure soul, but they also warned against vanity bathed too often, and you're prideful. You're dodging their mixed messages, scrubbing just enough to please the priest without seeming obsessed. A clean face could win a suitor's knot or a lord's favor. A foul odor could make you a pariah. You're learning that beauty starts with soap, but the church and society decide how much is too much. Let's linger in that square. The woman with the clean coif isn't just tidy. She's calculated. Her fresh face is a marriage asset proof she's healthy enough to bear children. But she's shivering. Her morning wash was in freezing water, and her soap left her skin raw. The man with the spotless cloak is no different. He scrubbed his hands with sand to look respectable. His knuckles cracked, but his pride intact. You're also seeing the less fortunate a beggar, his face grimy, his beauty buried under survival's weight. Hygiene is a privilege, and not everyone can afford it. The tools are crude. You're using a twig or cloth to scrub your teeth, maybe a paste of ash if you're fancy. Combs are bone or wood, snagging your hair as you detangle. Your shampoo is a mix of herbs and water, if you can spare the time to brew it. Clothes are washed with the same brutal soap, leaving them stiff but clean. You're stealing moments to primp, maybe before a festival when eyes are on you. Hygiene tied into daily rituals. You're washing before Mass, your face a canvas for God's approval. Or you're preparing for a market day, your clean tunic a bid for trust. Each splash of water is a step toward beauty shaped by faith and need. The church watches praising purity but judging excess. You're choosing restraint, washing your hands but skipping your hair to avoid pride. Let's talk specifics. Clear skin was the goal. Grime was a beauty killer signaling sickness. Fresh breath and tidy hair were next proof you cared. Clothes had to be clean, even if faded stains were a social death sentence. You're a woman splashing your face with vinegar water hoping it clears a blemish. Or a man scraping dirt from your cloak, hoping it passes muster. The risks were real. Harsh soaps could burn your skin. Dirty water could spark infections. You're hearing tales of women scarred by bad soap, or men shunned for a foul smell. Socially poor hygiene could ruin a match, or a job. Imagine losing a suitor over a whiff of sweat. Physically infrequent baths meant lice or rashes, each a blow to your beauty. You're balancing cleanliness with survival, and it's a tough juggle. As you leave the square, the chatter fading, you're carrying a new truth. Hygiene was beauty's unsung hero. You're imagining the bite of cold water, the sting of soap, the hope of a clean face. Beauty here is a labor built on every scrub. Remember that crocodile dung cream, charmed hair, toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil, princess's rituals, beet juice, blush, saintly glow, walnut juice, war paint or small mouth prophecy. Hygiene has its own quirks, like that rosemary spirit chaser. You're seeing how every choice skin hair face figure clothes, piety, gender, love, cleanliness builds a story the world judges. And next, it's time to smear on some skincare, because if hygiene laid the ground, potions made you shine. You're still weaving through the gritty, hopeful world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a spark of vanity, it's a hard-fought badge that can shift your place in love, faith, or society. You've scrubbed your way through hygiene's chilly waters, seen marriage bets won on a clear complexion, and dodged the church's moral traps. Now you're diving into the wild world of medieval skincare, where beauty gets up close and personal. Picture yourself in a 13th century cottage, stirring a pot of herbs by firelight, hoping your latest concoction makes your skin glow instead of burn. Here, skincare is part science, part sorcery, and you're rolling the dice. Skincare in medieval times was a cornerstone of beauty, a way to chase that flawless, youthful look, despite a world of dirt disease and harsh weather. Clear skin wasn't just pretty, it was a sign of health and virtue, crucial for marriage or status. The mainstream fact, medical texts, like the 12th century Trotula, a women's health guide list, dozens of skincare recipes, creams, washes, and masks, showing how seriously people took their complexions. Your face is your calling card, and you're mixing potions to make it shine, even if the ingredients sound like a witch's brew. So how do you pamper your skin without a drugstore? You're raiding nature's pantry. Imagine you're a tailor's wife in 14th century Lisbon, mashing rose petals with honey to soothe your cheeks. You're slathering on a mix of barley and egg whites, hoping it tightens your pores. If you're a man, say a cooper in 13th century Prague, you're splashing ale on your face as a quick toner, believing it keeps pimples at bay. From herbs to kitchen scraps, you're crafting skincare with whatever's at hand, praying it works before the next feast. Here's the quirky tidbit: some skincare doubled as love charms. A 13th century French recipe claimed that a mask of violets and milk could make your face irresistible to suitors. Picture you smearing this floral goop on your cheeks, half hoping it clears your skin, half hoping it bewitches the baker's son. It's a blend of beauty and magic, and you're whispering a quick prayer to Saint Valentine just in case. Skincare wasn't just practical, it was a spell for a better life. Historians still argue whether skincare was about health or status. Some say it was survival. Clear skin meant fewer infections in a germy world. Others argue it was a class marker, with nobles using rare ingredients to outshine peasants. Whatever the truth, you're feeling. The pressure your fingers sticky with honey as you try to craft a face that turns heads without breaking your health. Let's set the scene. You're at a 12th century English market, the air buzzing with vendors and gossip. A young woman haggles for herbs, her face smooth and glowing, thanks to a daily oat and milk wash. Her clear skin draws admiring glances, a quiet boast of care and vitality. Nearby, a man with a ruddy but clean complexion barters for ale, not just to drink, but to splash on his cheeks. You're noticing how every unblemished face or soft cheek tells a story: healthy, diligent, desirable. But skincare is a gamble. You're using ingredients that range from harmless to hazardous. Rosewater and chamomile are gentle, but vinegar stings, and lead-based creams popular among the wealthy can poison you over time. You're mixing your potions in clay pots, guessing at proportions with no FDA to warn you. If you're a peasant, you're stuck with basics, lard ashes, or plant juices. Nobles might splurge on almond oil or saffron, but even they risk a bad batch. Your skin's fate hangs on your skill and luck. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval lass slapping on a cucumber mask, only to have it slide off mid-conversation with a suitor, leaving you looking like a soggy salad. You're scrambling to wipe it away, cheeks flaming. Another laugh. Some men used beer foam as a cleanser, strutting around with frothy faces like they'd raided a tavern. Picture a lad wiping suds off his chin, thinking he's a beauty king. And one more skincare guide's warned against sleeping near onions. Bad breath could taint your complexion. So you're shoving the stew pot across the room just to be safe. Skincare wasn't just about beauty, it was a social signal. The church, ever watchful, praised clear skin as a mark of purity, but sniffed at excessive care as vanity. You're dodging their sermons, dabbing on just enough cream to glow without seeming proud. A flawless face could win a better husband, or a nod from the Lord. A pockmarked one could sink your prospects. You're learning that beauty starts with a smooth canvas, but the church and society decide how smooth is too smooth. Let's linger at that market. The woman with the glowing skin isn't just lucky, she's relentless. She spent hours brewing herbal washes, her hands stained with plant sap. Her clear face is a marriage asset proof she's healthy and diligent. But she's wary one bad rash could undo her work. The man with the ale-washed face is no slouch. He's scrubbed daily, his skin a testament to effort. You're also seeing the less fortunate a laborer, his face scarred from smallpox, his beauty dimmed by fate. Skincare is a privilege, and not everyone can claim it. The tools are rough. You're stirring potions with wooden spoons, straining herbs through coarse cloth. Your mirror is a polished metal disc, or a still puddle barely showing your progress. Applicators are your fingers, or a scrap of linen, leaving you sticky and hoping for results. If you're wealthy, you might have a glass vial for rose water. Peasants make do with chipped bowls. You're stealing moments to mix and apply maybe before a church fair, when eyes are sharpest. Skincare tied into daily life. You're washing your face before Mass, your skin a canvas for God's favor. Or you're preparing for a betrothal, your complexion primped to seal the deal. Each dab of cream is a ritual shaped by faith and ambition. The church watches praising purity but judging excess. You're choosing gentle herbs, but dreaming of a noble saffron glow. Let's talk specifics. Clear, pale skin was the goal. Blemishes were a social stain hinting at sickness or sin. Soft texture came next, with masks to smooth roughness. Scents mattered. Rose or lavender washes added allure. You're a woman dabbing honey on your cheeks, hoping it erases a scar. Or a man splashing ale, hoping it tightens your pores. The risks were steep. Vinegar could burn. Lead could sicken. You're hearing tales of women blinded by bad creams or men scarred by harsh toners. Socially, a failed skincare attempt, a rash, a stink could spark gossip. Imagine losing a suitor over a red, peeling nose. Physically, infections from dirty tools or tainted mixes were common. You're balancing beauty with safety, and it's a shaky line. As you leave the market, the hawker's call's fading. You're carrying a new truth. Skincare was beauty's alchemical heart. You're imagining the stickiness of honey, the sting of vinegar, the hope of a violet mask. Beauty here is a potion brewed with care. Remember that crocodile dung cream, charmed hair, toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil, princess's rituals, beet juice, blush, saintly glow, walnut juice, war paint, small mouth prophecy, or rosemary spirit chaser. Skincare has its own magic, like that love charm violet mask. You're seeing how every choice, skin hair, face figure, clothes, piety, gender, love, hygiene potions builds a story the world reads. And next, it's time to see how beauty marked class. Because if skincare was a craft, only some could afford the best tools. You're still trudging through the vivid, stratified world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a personal quest. It's a mirror of your place in a rigid social hierarchy. You've stirred strange skincare potions, scrubbed for hygiene's sake, and seen how beauty sways marriage or bows to faith. Now you're stepping into the sharp divide of class, where beauty marks the line between noble and nobody. Picture yourself in a 13th century city, nobles gliding past in silk, while peasants trudge in patched wool each face and outfit a badge of rank. Here, beauty is a class war, and you're caught in the fray. In medieval times, beauty was a glaring class marker, separating the elite from the masses, with every pale cheek or jeweled clasp. Nobles could afford the tools, cream silks, leisure to meet lofty ideals, while peasants scraped by with grit and hope. The mainstream fact: household accounts from 14th century French nobility, like those of the Duke of Berry, show lavish spending on beauty aids, imported oils, dyed fabrics, while peasants' wills rarely mention more than a comb. Your looks, from skin to sash, broadcast your status, and the gap between rich and poor was stark. So how do you signal your class through beauty? If you're a noble, you're leaning hard into excess. Imagine you're a lady in 12th century Venice, your skin whitened with costly ceruse, your hair adorned with gold threads. Your velvet gown dyed Tyrian purple screams wealth. If you're a peasant, say a plowman in 13th century Kent, you're washing with ash soap, your tunic a faded brown from cheap woad. Nobles shine with purchased perfection. Peasants cling to cleanliness, and health, their beauty a defiance of drudgery. Here's the quirky tidbit: some nobles used beauty to fake humility. A 13th century chronicle describes a duchess who wore plain linen in public to seem pious, only to reveal silk undergarments at court. Picture you a noble pulling off this sartorial bait and switch, flashing a silk hem to remind everyone you're still elite. It's a sly game balancing faith's modesty with class's swagger, and you're playing it with a smirk. Historians still argue whether beauty's class divide was about power or aspiration. Some say it reinforced control, keeping peasants in their place, with rough looks and rougher lives. Others argue peasants mimicked noble beauty, chasing a sliver of upward mobility. Whatever the truth you're feeling, the divide your hands rough or smooth, depending on your lot, as you try to look beautiful in a world that's already judged your rank. Let's set the scene. You're at a 14th century German tournament, the air crackling with cheers and clanging steel. A noblewoman watches from the stands, her face pale as alabaster, her sapphire-encrusted veil glinting. Her beauty is a class statement, untouchable and pristine. Below, a peasant woman sells bread, her face tanned but clean, her wool shawl mended but neat. Her beauty is quiet or earned through labor. You're noticing how every detail, Skin cloth posture draws a line between them, clear as a castle wall. For nobles, beauty is a production. You're bathing in rosewater, your skin softened with almond oil from the Levant. Your clothes are tailored, layered with furs and embroidery, each stitch a boast of wealth. You're eating well. Meat, fruit, wine, keeping your figure soft, but not heavy. Leisure lets you primp for hours, your maids braiding your hair or polishing your nails. Your beauty is a privilege, bought with coin and time, and you're wielding it like a scepter. Peasants, meanwhile, fight for scraps of beauty. You're washing in a cold stream, your soap a gritty mix of fat and ashes. Your diet bread, onions, thin ale keeps you lean, but hunger could gaunt your face. Your one outfit is patched, washed, when you can spare the time. You're braiding your hair with twine, maybe rubbing beet juice on your cheeks for a blush. Beauty is a stolen moment, a way to claim dignity despite the grind of survival. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a peasant girl sneaking a dab of stolen cream from the Lord's kitchen only to smear it crookedly and look like a startled ghost. You're wiping it off before the steward catches you. Another laugh. Some nobles wore so many jewels they clinked like a peddler's cart, drawing snickers from cheeky servants. Picture a lord tripping under his own gemmed cape. And one more class beauty guides warned peasants against aping nobles. Wear a bright ribbon, and you're begging for a fine. So you're sticking to drab wool, dreaming of silk. Beauty's class divide wasn't just about looks. It was a social fortress. The church praised noble beauty as God's favor, but sniffed at peasants' efforts as prideful. You're dodging their double standards, knowing a noble's glow is divine, while your scrubbed face is adequate. Nobles used beauty to justify their rule. Flawless skin proved their superiority. Peasants used it to survive. A comely face could snag a better match or a lord's mercy. You're learning that beauty is a gate, and class decides who walks through. Let's linger at that tournament. The noblewoman's beauty is no accident. Her skin's whiteness comes from lead-based creams, her health from a diet peasants can't touch. Her gown took months to weave its cost, a village's yearly tithe. But she's uncomfortable, her tight bodice pinching her veil heavy. The peasant woman, meanwhile, is resilient. Her clean face and sturdy frame are hard-won, her shawl a testament to endless mending. You're also seeing the overlooked, a scrawny boy, his face grimy, his beauty buried under poverty's weight. Class carves beauty's boundaries, and they're brutal. The tools reflect the divide. Nobles use silver combs, glass vials of perfume, and imported mirrors. You're a lady dabbing saffron paste with a silk cloth, your maid fanning you dry. Peasants use wooden sticks, clay bowls, and their own fingers. You're a farmer smearing lard on chapped hands, hoping it passes for care. Nobles have time and servants. Peasants have grit and ingenuity. Beauty is a craft, but the materials depend on your purse. Beauty tied into class rituals. You're a noble preparing for a banquet, your appearance a display of power. Or you're a peasant at a harvest fair, your clean tunic a bid for respect. Each act reinforces the hierarchy. Nobles dazzle, peasants endure. The church watches, blessing the elite's radiance, but judging the poor's efforts. You're choosing colors and cuts by your rank, knowing a misstep could spark scorn. Let's talk specifics. Nobles chased pale, soft skin and slender but rounded figures, their clothes in rich purples or reds. Peasants aimed for clear, healthy skin, and sturdy builds, their clothes in browns or faded blues. Accessories marked the line gems for nobles, twine for peasants. You're a noble in crimson silk hoping it awes, or a peasant in gray wool hoping it's enough. The risks were stark. Nobles faced poisoning from toxic creams or ruin from overspending on finery. You're hearing of lords bankrupted by velvet. Peasants risked fines for wearing noble colors or shunning for poor hygiene. Physically, nobles' tight garments could bruise. Peasants' rough clothes could chafe. You're balancing beauty's cost. Knowing class makes the price steeper for some. As you leave the tournament, the crowd's roar fading. You're carrying a new truth. Beauty was class's cruel divider. You're imagining the weight of silk, the sting of ash, soap, the chasm between velvet and rags. Beauty here is a banner flown high or tattered. Remember that crocodile dung cream, charmed hair, toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil, princess's rituals, beet juice, blush, saintly glow, walnut juice, war paint, small mouth prophecy, rosemary spirit chaser, or violet love mask. Class beauty has its own tricks like that. Duchess's humble linen ruse. You're seeing how every choice, skin, hair, face, figure, clothes, piety, gender, love, hygiene, potions, status builds a story the world ranks. And next, it's time to see how outsiders viewed this game. Because if class split beauty within foreigners saw it anew, you're still roaming the complex, divided world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a personal triumph, it's a social currency that marks your worth and rank. You've seen how class carves a chasm between noble radiance and peasant grit, and you've mixed potions, scrubbed for hygiene, and primped for marriage. Now you're stepping beyond Europe's borders, or at least peering through the eyes of outsiders who gazed upon its beauty standards with awe, confusion, or disdain. Picture yourself in a 13th century trading port, brushing shoulders with merchants from the Levant, or travelers from the Mongol steppes, their stares sizing up your pale face or woolen gown. Here, beauty is a cultural clash, and you're caught in the crossfire. Foreign perceptions of European beauty varied wildly, shaped by travelers' own ideals and biases. While Europeans prized pale skin and modest attire, outsiders often saw these as strange or even comical, comparing them to their own standards of allure. The mainstream fact, travel accounts like those of 13th century Venetian Marco Polo describe Mongol nobles marveling at European women's white complexions, but mocking their heavy clothing as impractical. Your beauty, carefully crafted to impress locals, might puzzle or amuse a visitor from afar, making you rethink what beautiful even means. So how do you hold up under foreign scrutiny? If you're a European, you're sticking to your playbook. Imagine you're a noblewoman in 12th century Constantinople. Your face powdered pale, your silk veil trailing as a Persian trader, eyes you curiously. Your look screams status to locals, but to him, it's oddly ghostly compared to the tanned, coal-eyed women of his homeland. If you're a man, say a Genoese sailor in 13th century Alexandria, you're sporting a trimmed beard and tight hose, only to hear an Arab merchant chuckle at your leggy outfit. Beauty is your badge, but it doesn't translate across borders. Here's the quirky tidbit: some foreigners thought European beauty practices were outright bizarre. A 14th century Moroccan traveler, Ibn Battuta, noted that European women's veils made them look like walking tents, hiding their charm instead of flaunting it. Picture you adjusting your coif in a bustling port, catching a trader's smirk as he compares your headgear to a sack. It's humbling, and you're wondering if your carefully pinned veil is a masterpiece or a mistake in his eyes. Historians still argue whether foreign views influenced European beauty standards or merely highlighted their quirks. Some say trade and crusades brought new ideas like kohl or perfumes that Europeans adopted. Others argue Europeans doubled down on their ideals, using pale skin or veils to assert cultural superiority. Whatever the case, you're feeling the weight of those foreign gazes, your usual beauty routine suddenly up for debate as you navigate a wider world. Let's set the scene. You're at a 13th century Sicilian market, a crossroads of cultures, where East meets West. A Byzantine princess passes, her face pale, her gold-embroidered robe shimmering. To locals, she's divine. To a visiting Mongol envoy, her pallor looks sickly next to his people's sun-kissed ideal. Nearby, a European knight in a fitted tunic draws a raised eyebrow from an Arab trader who prefers flowing robes to tight leggings. You're noticing how every face, every outfit sparks a silent debate, beautiful or bizarre. For Europeans, beauty was a local script. Pale skin-covered hair, structured clothes. You're dabbing on lead cream, hoping for that saintly glow, or lacing your gown to shape your figure. But foreigners bring their own lenses. A Chinese merchant might admire your blonde hair, rare in his world, but find your veiled head stifling. A sub-Saharan trader might praise your strong frame, but scoff at your avoidance of sun, a mark of vitality in his culture. You're realizing beauty isn't universal. It's a language, and not everyone speaks yours. Foreigners didn't just observe, they judged. You're a woman, your veil a symbol of modesty, but a Turkish visitor sees it as hiding your true self, unlike the bold makeup of Ottoman women. You're a man, your beard oiled to signal discipline, but a Norse traveler calls it fussy compared to his wild mane. These critiques sting, but they also tempt. Maybe a dash of kohl or a looser robe could broaden your appeal. You're torn, loyal to your norms, but curious about theirs. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval lady proudly showing off your pale face, only to have a Saracen trader ask if you're ill, offering a tonic for your sickness. You're flustered, insisting it's beauty, not fever. Another laugh. Some European men's tight hose baffled Eastern visitors, who joked they looked like sausages stuffed too full. Picture a knight blushing as a trader pokes fun at his leggings. And one more foreign guides warned against copying European veils. You'd look like a shrouded corpse. So you're keeping your coif, hoping it's chic, not creepy. Beauty's foreign lens wasn't just about aesthetics. It was a cultural mirror. The church framed European beauty as godly, but outsiders saw it as odd or excessive. You're dodging their amused glances, knowing your pale skin is holy to locals, but ghastly to a Moorish poet. Foreigners brought new tools, spices, oils, dyes that tempted Europeans to experiment, but adopting them risked cries of heathen. You're learning that beauty is a border, and crossing it invites both wonder and suspicion. Let's linger at that market. The Byzantine princess isn't just beautiful, she's a statement. Her pale face and heavy robe signal wealth, but the Mongol envoy whispers she'd look better with ruddy cheeks and lighter clothes. Her beauty is power, yet it falters under his gaze. The knight, meanwhile, stands tall, his tunic a European flex, but the Arab trader's chuckle undermines him. You're also seeing the overlooked, a local servant, her tanned face ignored by foreigners and nobles alike. Beauty is a dialogue, and class and culture shape who speaks loudest. The tools highlight the clash. Europeans use lead creams and wool veils. Foreigners bring kohl henna or silk scarves. You're a noblewoman dabbing ceruse, but eyeing a trader's rose oil with envy. You're a sailor sticking to your razor, but tempted by a Turk's scented balm. Europeans have rigid routines. Foreigners offer fluid ones. You're weighing tradition against novelty, knowing each choice marks you as local or other. Beauty tied into cultural exchange. You're at a trade negotiation, your appearance a nod to European piety, but softened with a borrowed perfume to charm a Persian guest. Or you're at a port festival, your veil swapped for a lighter scarf to blend in. Each act navigates the divide local pride versus global allure. The church watches wary of foreign excess. You're balancing fidelity with curiosity, choosing what fits your world. Let's talk specifics. Europeans loved pale skin and covered hair. Mongols favored tanned faces and braids. Arabs prized kohl-lined eyes. Norsemen valued weathered strength. Clothes varied. European gowns were structured, Eastern robes flowed. You're a woman in a blue kirtle hoping it's modest, or a man in green hose hoping it's bold. The risks were real. Copying foreign styles could spark accusations of betrayal. Imagine a priest scolding your kohl-rimmed eyes. Foreign potions might irritate or poison. Local ones were bad enough. Socially, you risked alienation too exotic, and you're an outsider. Too plain, and you're ignored. You're balancing beauty's global stage with local rules. As you leave the market, the seas hum fading. You're carrying a new truth. Beauty was a cultural kaleidoscope. You're imagining the weight of a veil, the sting of lead, the lure of coal. Beauty here is a border, crossed at your peril. Remember that crocodile dung cream-charmed hair, toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil, princess's rituals, beet juice, blush, saintly glow, walnut juice, war paint, small mouth prophecy, rosemary spirit chaser, violet love mask, or duchess's linen ruse. Foreign beauty has its own quirks, like that walking tent veil jab. You're seeing how every choice, skin, hair, face, figure, clothes, piety, gender, love, hygiene, potions, status culture, builds a story the world debates. And next, it's time to see beauty in art. Because if foreigners judged the living painters judged the ideal, you're still wandering the colorful, judgmental tapestry of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a personal pursuit, it's a public statement that can crown you or cast you aside. You've seen how foreigners' gazes reshaped beauty's meaning, clashing with local ideals of pale skin and veiled modesty. You've also mixed potions scrubbed for survival and primped for marriage. Now you're stepping into the glowing world of medieval art, where beauty is frozen in paint and stone, a perfect vision that both mirrors and mocks reality. Picture yourself in a 13th century cathedral, staring up at a radiant Virgin Mary, her flawless face, a standard you'll never reach. Here, beauty is an ideal, and you're measuring yourself against it. Medieval art was a gallery of beauty's highest hopes, from illuminated manuscripts to towering frescoes shaping how people saw perfection. Artists didn't just capture faces, they crafted ideals, blending faith status and fantasy. The mainstream fact art treatises like the 14th century writings of Canino Cennini describe techniques for painting women with pale, luminous skin, and men with strong, noble features, reflecting the era's obsession with divine symmetry. Your own beauty with its blemishes and quirks feels small next to these polished icons, but they're guiding your every choice. So how does art's beauty hit you? You're surrounded by images that set the bar sky high. Imagine you're a weaver's wife in 12th century Chartres, gazing at a stained glass saint, her golden hair, and serene eyes, a far cry from your wind-burned cheeks. You're trying to mimic her glow with a dab of flour paste, but it's a losing battle. If you're a man, say a mason in 13th century Florence, you're eyeing a frescoed knight, his chiseled jaw and broad shoulders, a model for your own grooming. Art isn't just pretty. It's a blueprint for how you should look. Here's the quirky tidbit: some art was believed to have healing powers. A 13th century Italian legend claimed gazing at a beautiful Madonna could cure ailments or calm a troubled heart. Picture you kneeling before a glowing icon, hoping her perfect face soothes your fever, or at least inspires you to try that new rosewater wash. It's a mix of faith and aesthetics, and you're leaning into it, half praying, half dreaming of her flawless skin. Historians still argue whether art's beauty standards drove social norms or merely reflected them. Some say paintings and sculptures taught people what to value: pale women, strong men shaping real-life beauty routines. Others argue artists exaggerated ideals to please patrons, creating a fantasy no one could match. Whatever the truth you're feeling, the pressure your reflection dim compared to the radiant figures on every church wall. Let's set the scene. You're in a 14th century Sienese chapel, the air cool and heavy with wax. A fresco looms above, depicting a lady with ivory skin, her lips a delicate red, her hair cascading in golden waves. She's the ideal, a blend of Virgin Mary and courtly muse. Nearby, a painted lord stands tall, his jaw sharp, his posture commanding. Their beauty is untouchable, a sermon in color. You're noticing how every brushstroke, her symmetry, his strength, sets a standard that hums through the congregation. Art's beauty isn't realistic, it's aspirational. Women in paintings have impossibly smooth skin, their eyes large and bright, their figures soft yet slender. You're a woman dabbing on risky lead cream, chasing that painted pallor, but smallpox scars or sunburn make it a pipe dream. Men are shown as heroic, with broad chests and clear gazes. No hint of the grime or fatigue you know too well. You're a man trimming your beard to mimic that frescoed lord, but your calloused hands betray your labor. Art's ideals are a taunt, daring you to try harder. The church always looms large. You're surrounded by sacred art that ties beauty to holiness. Saints and angels glow with divine light, their perfection a mirror of God's order. Yet secular art, like courtly tapestries, adds a twist, showing lovers with flushed cheeks and daring glances. You're caught between the two: holy restraint versus human desire, trying to balance a saint's serenity with a lover's allure. It's a tightrope, and the paintings don't make it easier. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval girl staring at a saint's portrait, trying to copy her serene expression, only to yawn mid-prayer and ruin the vibe. You're giggling, hoping the priest didn't see. Another laugh. Some men posed like painted heroes, puffing out their chests, only to trip over a loose cobble and look more fool than knight. Picture a lad dusting himself off, ego bruised. And one more: art manuals warned against ugly colors. Paint a lady in muddy brown, and you're insulting beauty itself. So you're avoiding drab hues, hoping your green cloak passes muster. Art's beauty wasn't just visual, it was a cultural force. It taught you what to value: symmetry, youth, divinity, and what to shun: blemishes, age, chaos. You're internalizing these lessons, whitening your skin, or standing taller to echo the frescoes. But art also lied, airbrushing out the flaws of real life. A painted lady's face never scars. A sculpted knight never slouches. You're striving for their polish, knowing it's a rigged game, but playing anyway. Let's linger in that chapel. The frescoed lady isn't just an image, she's a mandate. Her pale skin and delicate hands push you to try toxic creams or hide your work-roughened fingers. Her calm gaze demands modesty, so you're lowering your eyes even if you want to stare. The Lord's statue, meanwhile, urges men to square their shoulders, oil their beards, and fake his effortless strength. You're also seeing the contrast. A real woman nearby her face, lined her beauty human, but lesser next to the painted ideal. Art is a judge, and its verdict is harsh. The tools of art shaped its power. Artists used costly pigments, ultramarine vermilion, to make beauty glow their expense, a nod to patrons' wealth. You're a noble commissioning a portrait, hoping its idealized version of you cements your status. Common folk saw art in churches or markets its images free but unreachable. You're a peasant gazing at a manuscript's margin, wishing you could afford the rosewater that mimics its heroine's flush. Art's beauty is universal, but its tools belong to the elite. Art tied into life's rhythms. You're at Mass, the Virgin's image urging you to veil your hair. Or you're at a Lord's Hall, a tapestry's lovers inspiring your own betrothal primping. Each image is a lesson shaping how you move, dress, or dream. The Church blesses sacred art, but eyes secular beauty warily fearing its sensuality. You're balancing piety with aspiration, choosing a modest coif, but dreaming of a painted lady's golden curls. Let's talk specifics. Women in art had pale, unblemished skin, large eyes, and small mouths. Think celestial grace. Men had strong jaws, broad shoulders, and steady gazes. Think heroic command. Colors were vivid. Blues, reds, golds to signal divinity or wealth. You're a woman in a faded blue shift craving that frescoed flush, or a man in a brown tunic wishing for that sculpted poise. The risks were subtle but real. Chasing art's ideals could lead to harm, toxic cosmetics, tight garments, or starvation diets to mimic painted slenderness. You're hearing of women fainting from lead poisoning, or men injured posing like statues. Socially failing to measure up could dim your prospects too plain, and you're no saint. Too bold, and you're vain. You're balancing art's dream with reality's limits. As you leave the chapel, the candle's glow fading, you're carrying a new truth. Art was beauty's unreachable star. You're imagining the sting of lead cream, the weight of a straight posture, the lure of a painted face. Beauty here is a canvas, idealized beyond reach. Remember that crocodile dung cream, charmed hair, toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil, princess's rituals, beet juice, blush, saintly glow, walnut juice, war paint, small mouth prophecy, rosemary spirit chaser, violet love, mask, duchess's linen ruse, or walking tent, veil jab. Art's beauty has its own quirk like that healing Madonna stare. You're seeing how every choice, skin hair, face, figure, clothes, piety, gender, love, hygiene, potions, status, culture art, builds a story the brush exalts. And next, it's time to hear poets sing of beauty, because if art painted the ideal words, wove its spell, you're still drifting through the vivid, layered world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a fleeting glance, it's a force that shapes destinies, from marriage beds to cathedral pews. You've gazed at art's glowing ideals, felt the sting of foreign judgments, and wrestled with class-divided skincare. Now you're slipping into the realm of words, where poets spin beauty into songs that linger like a lover's whisper. Picture yourself in a 13th century hall, firelight dancing as a troubadour strums his verses, painting a lady fairer than any real face could hope to be. Here, Beauty is poetry's muse, and you're caught in its spell. In medieval times, poetry was a mirror and maker of beauty, ideals, crafting visions of perfection that seeped into hearts and habits. From courtly love ballads to epic romances, poets set standards that real people scrambled to match. The mainstream fact, texts like the 12th century Roman de la Rose describe women with snow-white skin, rosy cheeks, and golden hair, while men are lauded for noble bearing and piercing eyes. These weren't just pretty words. They were blueprints urging you to whiten your face or square your shoulders to live up to the bard's dream. So how do you measure up to poetry's praise? If you're a woman, you're chasing a fantasy. Imagine you're a merchant's daughter in 14th century Toulouse, dabbing berry juice on your lips to mimic the rosebud mouth of a poem's heroine. Your veil hides your hair, but you're dreaming of letting it flow like the golden waves in a ballad. If you're a man, say a clerk in 13th century Bologna, you're combing your hair to frame your face, hoping your eagle's gaze matches the night in an epic. Poetry's beauty is a siren call, and you're answering flaws and all. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some poems claimed beauty could sway fate. A 13th century Provençal verse suggests a woman's fair face could soften heaven's wrath for her beloved. Picture you smoothing your cheeks with honey paste, half hoping your glow might charm a saint to bless your family. It's a romantic notion, and you're indulging it, whispering a prayer as you primp, just in case the poets were right. Beauty in verse wasn't just lovely, it was cosmic. Historians still argue whether poetic beauty shaped real standards or exaggerated them for drama. Some say poems like those of the troubadours inspired women to bleach their skin or men to strut like heroes. Others argue they were fantasies, written to flatter patrons, not mirror reality. Whatever the truth you're feeling, the pull your reflection dim against the shining words that echo through every feast and fair. Let's set the scene. You're at a 12th century Provençal court, the air warm with wine and song. A troubadour sings of a lady, her skin whiter than lily, her eyes stars in the night. The women in the room touch their veils, longing to match her. Nearby, a young knight listens as the poet praises a lord's lion's heart and falcon's eye, his chest puffing to echo the verse. You're noticing how every word, her pallor, his prowess, sets a bar that hums through the crowd, urging them to try harder. Poetry's beauty is a polished lie. Women in verse are ethereal, flawless skin, tiny waists, voices like lutes. You're a woman dabbing risky vinegar to chase that lily-white look, but freckles or scars betray you. Men are cast as bold, strong jaws, steady gazes, frames carved for battle. You're a man standing taller to mimic that poetic lord, but your tired eyes or calloused hands tell a humbler story. The poems don't care, they demand perfection, and you're stretching to reach it. The church as ever casts its shadow. You're hearing sacred poems, like hymns to the Virgin, that tie beauty to holiness, her pure face a model for your own. But secular verse, with its swooning lovers and daring knights, tempts you toward earthly allure. You're torn, wanting to glow like a saint, but burn like a ballad's muse. The poets weave both worlds, divine and human, making beauty a bridge you're desperate to cross. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval lass practicing a poetic sigh to match a ballad's heroine, only to hiccup mid-performance and startle the room. You're blushing as the laughter spreads. Another laugh. Some men oiled their hair to shine like a poem's raven locks, only to leave greasy stains on their cloaks. Picture a squire wiping his collar, cursing his vanity. And one more, love poems, warned against dull eyes lack sparkle, and you're no muse. So you're widening your gaze, hoping you don't look crazed. Poetry's beauty wasn't just art. It was a cultural current. It taught you to value youth symmetry and grace, while shunning blemishes or slouches. You're internalizing the verses, whitening your skin, or practicing a noble stride to match the rhymes. But the poets lied, crafting faces no one could sustain. No wrinkles, no fatigue, just eternal radiance. You're chasing their dream, knowing it's a mirage, but too enchanted to stop. Let's linger at that court. The troubadour's lady isn't just a lyric, she's a mandate. Her lily skin pushes you to try toxic creams. Her starry eyes make you squint, less hoping yours shine. The night's falcon gaze urges men to hold their heads high, their beards trimmed sharp. You're also seeing the real crowd, a woman with a sunburned nose, her beauty lesser next to the poem's ideal. A man with a crooked tooth, his charm dimmed by the verse's hero. Poetry is a judge, and its gavel falls hard. The tools of poetry were words, but they sparked real work. Poets used vivid metaphors, snow roses gold to paint beauty, their lines memorized by nobles and hummed by peasants. You're a lady reciting a verse to inspire your rosewater wash, hoping it brings you closer to the dawn's light of a poem. You're a peasant, hearing a ballad at a fair, wishing your beet juice blush could match its ruby lips. Poetry's beauty is free to hear, but costly to chase. Poetry tied into life's pulse. You're at a betrothal, a love poem recited to bless the match, urging you to primp like its heroine. Or you're at mass, a hymn's praise of Mary's face, pushing you to veil your own. Each verse is a nudge, shaping how you move or dream. The church blesses sacred poetry, but eyes love songs, warily fearing their passion. You're balancing piety with romance, choosing a modest coif, but dreaming of a poet's golden tresses. Let's talk specifics. Poetic women had pale skin, red lips, and bright eyes. Think a celestial lover. Men had bold features, strong limbs, and fiery gazes. Think a mythic warrior. Colors were symbolic: white for purity, red for passion, gold for nobility. You're a woman in a blue gown, craving that poetic snowskin. Or a man in a green cloak, wishing for that lion's stride. The risks were subtle but sharp. Chasing poetic ideals could mean harm, bleaching your skin raw, or starving for a slender waist. You're hearing of women sick from lead creams, or men mocked for over-oiled hair. Socially failing the poet's standard could dim your shine too plain, and you're no heroine. Too bold, and you're vain. You're balancing verse with reality, and it's a shaky line. As you leave the court, the lute strum fading, you're carrying a new truth. Poetry was beauty's siren song. You're imagining the sting of vinegar, the weight of a noble pose, the lure of a ballad's muse. Beauty here is a lyric sung beyond reach. Remember that crocodile dung cream, charmed hair, toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil, princess's rituals, beet juice blush, saintly glow, walnut juice, war paint, small mouth prophecy, rosemary, spirit chaser, violet love, mask, duchess's linen, ruse, walking tent, veil jabber, healing Madonna stare. Poetic beauty has its own quirk, like that wrath-softening face. You're seeing how every choice, skin hair, face figure, clothes, piety, gender, love, hygiene, potions, status, culture, art words, builds a story the poet sings. And next, it's time to face beauty's dangers. Because if poetry dreamed it, reality could break it. you're still wandering the vivid, perilous world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a dream, it's a high-stakes gamble that can win you love or lose you everything. You've heard poets weave beauty into celestial verses, seen art's flawless icons, and felt the clash of foreign gazes. You've also scrubbed, primped, and dressed to climb society's ladder. Now you're facing the dark side, the risks of beauty rituals, where chasing perfection could cost your health, your reputation, or even your life. Picture yourself in a 13th century chamber, stirring a bubbling potion by candlelight, knowing one wrong ingredient could burn more than your pride. Here, beauty is a double-edged sword, and you're gripping it tightly. Medieval beauty practices were a minefield blending ambition with danger in every cream comb and corset. While the rewards a better match, a nod from the Lord, were tempting, the costs could be brutal. The mainstream fact, medical records from 14th century Italy, like those in Bologna's archives, document cases of women poisoned by lead-based skin creams and men scarred by harsh shaving tools. Proven beauty's toll wasn't just vanity, it was physical. Your face, your body. Your every effort to shine came with a warning label if only you could read it. So how do you chase beauty without crashing? You're treading carefully, but the tools are treacherous. Imagine you're a noblewoman in 12th century Paris, dabbing white lead on your cheeks for that saintly pallor, ignoring the faint tremor in your hands. The cream works wonders, but it's slowly poisoning you. If you're a man, say a knight in 13th century Castile, you're scraping your beard with a dull blade, risking cuts that could fester in a world without antibiotics. Every beauty ritual from skin to hair is a roll of the dice, and you're hoping for a lucky throw. Here's the quirky tidbit: some beauty fixes were outright gruesome. A 13th century English recipe called for bat's blood to smooth wrinkles. Picture you grimacing as you mix this gory paste, half convinced it's witchcraft, half hoping it erases that pesky forehead line before the next feast. It's a desperate move, and you're praying no one catches you with a bat carcass in hand. Beauty wasn't just risky, it was sometimes straight up macabre. Historians still argue whether these dangers were a fair price or a cultural trap. Some say people accepted the risks, seeing beauty as worth the pain for social gain. Others argue the pressure to conform, especially for women, pushed them into harm's way, with little choice in a judgmental world. Whatever the truth you're feeling, the tension your fingers trembling as you apply a stinging salve, hoping it's a miracle, not a mistake. Let's set the scene. You're at a 14th century Florentine banquet, the air rich with roasted meat and whispers. A lady glides by, her face ghostly white, her lips red as cherries, both thanks to toxic pigments. She's stunning, but you notice her eyes water, maybe from the mercury in her rouge. Nearby, a man with a freshly shaved jaw winces a nick on his chin, still raw. Their beauty dazzles, but it's built on sacrifice. You're noticing how every flawless feature hides a cost-pain poison, or both. The risks aren't just physical, they're social. You're a woman whitening your skin with lead, knowing one bad batch could scar you, or worse, mark you as a reckless sinner in the church's eyes. A blemish from a failed cream could sink your marriage prospects. If you're a man, a botched shave or a poorly tied tunic could make you a laughingstock among peers. The church looms, preaching against vanity, while praising the pure glow you're risking your health to achieve. You're balancing beauty's allure with its backlash, and it's a shaky line. Let's talk physical dangers first. Lead and mercury common in skin creams could cause tremors, tooth loss, or death over time. You're dabbing on ceruse, feeling it sting, knowing it's risky, but craving that noble pallor. Vinegar washes burned skin. Arsenic powders used for a dewy glow could kill. Hair dyes made from walnut shells or lye could scald your scalp. For men, razors were often dull, and a slip could mean infection. You're hearing tales of women blinded by bad cosmetics or men lamed by tight boots meant to shape their calves. Beauty's price was steep, and you're paying it daily. Social risks were just as sharp. A failed beauty attempt, a rash, a bad dye job could spark gossip. Imagine you're a maiden, your face red from a vinegar burn facing Snickers at church. Or you're a squire, your hair patchy from a botched bleach, mocked by your lord's men. The church could amplify the shame, calling out vain women in sermons, or scolding men for effeminate grooming. Beauty was a public act, and one misstep could tarnish your name. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval lady applying that bat's blood paste, only to have it drip down your face like a horror show, scaring your suitor into fleeing. You're laughing, but mortified. Another laugh. Some men used hot wax to shape their beards, yelping when it tore out half their chin hair. Picture a knight cursing as he picks wax from his face, and one more beauty manuals warned against over-plucking eyebrows go too far, and you'd look demonic. So you're tweezing carefully, hoping you don't end up a villain in the village tale. The tools were part of the problem. You're mixing creams in clay pots, guessing at doses with no labels to guide you. Combs and razors are bone or iron sharp enough to cut, but not clean enough to trust. Clothes laced tight for that perfect silhouette could bruise or restrict breathing. If you're wealthy, you've got imported oils to soften the damage. If you're poor, you're stuck with lard or plant sap. You're applying beauty with crude tools, praying they don't betray you. Beauty rituals tied into life's rhythm. You're primping for a wedding, your skin slathered with risky cream to impress the matchmaker. Or you're at a guild feast, your beard shaved close to avoid mockery. Each act is a gamble shaped by the need to shine. The church watches blessing natural beauty but damning artificial efforts. You're choosing subtle fixes, hoping to dodge their wrath while still catching eyes. Let's talk specifics. For women, pale skin and smooth texture were key, but the lead or arsenic to get there could sicken. Red lips and cheeks, often from mercury, risked tremors. Men needed tidy beards and clear skin, but razors and toners could cut or burn. You're a woman rubbing vinegar to fade freckles, wincing at the sting, or a man shaving with a rusty blade hoping for no blood. The stakes were highest for women. A bad reaction, a scar, a rash could ruin a marriage deal or brand you vain. Men faced less scrutiny, but a sloppy look could still cost respect. You're hearing tales of brides shunned for peeling skin, or grooms ridiculed for bad breath from cleansing herbs. Physically, the toll was universal. Toxins didn't care about gender. Socially, beauty's failure hit women harder, their worth tied tighter to their face. Let's linger at that banquet. The lady's pale face is a triumph, but her trembling hands hint at the lead's toll. She's dazzling, but at what cost? The man's smooth jaw is admired, but the nick on his chin stings a reminder of his iron razor. You're also seeing the less fortunate a servant girl, her face scarred from a bad cream, her beauty dimmed by a single mistake. Beauty is a battlefield, and not everyone survives. As you leave the banquet, the music fading, you're carrying a new truth. Beauty was a dangerous dance, You're imagining the burn of lead cream, the slice of a dull blade, the fear of a ruined face. Beauty here is a risk taken with every dab. Remember that crocodile dung cream, charmed hair toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil princess's rituals, beet juice blush, saintly glow, walnut juice, war paint, small mouth prophecy, rosemary spirit chaser, violet love, mask, duchess's linen ruse, walking tent, veil jab, or healing Madonna stare. Beauty's risks have their own quirk like that bat's blood wrinkle cure. You're seeing how every choice, skin hair, face figure, clothes, piety, gender, love, hygiene, potions, status, culture, art, words, danger builds a story the world weighs. And next, it's time to face aging. Because if beauty's risks were steep, time was its cruelest foe. You're still trudging through the vibrant, relentless world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a fleeting charm. It's a currency that buys you love status or survival, but only for so long. You've braved the dangers of toxic creams, felt the weight of poetic praise, and seen how art and foreigners judge your looks. Now you're facing a foe no potion can fend off aging. In a world where youth is beauty's heart growing old, reshapes how you're seen, valued, and remembered. Picture yourself in a 13th century village, catching your reflection in a cloudy puddle, noticing new lines on your face that no herb can erase. Here, beauty battles time, and you're on the losing side. In medieval times, aging was beauty's harsh critic, dimming the glow that defined your worth. Youth was king, pale skin, bright eyes, and supple limbs signaled vitality, especially for women tied to fertility. Age, even in your 30s, could push you to society's edges. The mainstream fact medical texts, like the 14th century Regimen Sanitatis, advise anti-aging remedies, herbs, oils, even fasting to preserve youth's look, showing how desperately people fought time's toll. Your wrinkles or gray hairs aren't just flaws, they're a social demotion, and you're scrambling to hold on. So how do you fight aging's march? You're turning to every trick in the book. Imagine you're a merchant's wife in 12th century Bruges, rubbing goose fat on your cheeks to smooth fine lines, hoping it mimics the dewy glow of youth. You're brewing nettle tea, believing it keeps your hair dark. If you're a man, say a scribe in 13th century Toledo, you're dyeing your beard with walnut juice, trying to hide the silver strands that mark you as past your prime. Every effort is a stand against time, but the mirror doesn't lie. Here's the quirky tidbit: some thought aging could be tricked with magic. A 13th century French remedy claimed sleeping with a moonstone under your pillow could renew your face. Picture you tucking a smooth stone beneath your head, half dreaming it'll shave years off your look, half knowing it's wishful thinking. It's a blend of hope and folklore, and you're clutching that stone, praying for a miracle to keep you beautiful. Historians still argue whether aging's impact on beauty was social or practical. Some say it devalued women, more tying their worth to youth and childbearing. Others argue men also suffered gray hair could weaken a knight's authority in a culture obsessed with vigor. Whatever the truth you're feeling, time's weight, your hands tracing new wrinkles as you try to preserve the face that once turned heads. Let's set the scene. You're at a 14th century English fair, the air alive with laughter and livestock. A young woman dances by her skin, smooth her hair, a glossy cascade, she's youth incarnate, and eyes follow her. Nearby, an older woman, her face lined her hair, tucked under a faded coif, sells herbs. Her beauty once praised is now a memory, her worth tied to her wares, not her looks. A gray-bearded man haggles nearby, his strong frame still admired, but less so than in his youth. You're noticing how age redraws beauty's map. Youth shines, age fades. For women, aging is a brutal judge. You're whitening your skin with risky vinegar washes, hoping to hide sunspots, but lines creep in anyway. Your hair, once your pride, thins or grays, so you're braiding it tighter, hiding it under veils. Your body, once fertile, is now barren in society's eyes, your value slipping with every year. The church doesn't help tie in beauty to purity, and youth, older women, are wise, maybe, but rarely fair. You're fighting to stay visible, knowing the world prefers the young. Men fare better, but not by much. You're a man keeping your posture straight to fake youthful strength, your beard dyed to mask age. Your muscles earned through labor still earn nods, but gray hair or a stoop could dim your command. Society values your experience, but beauty's lens favors the young knight over the grizzled veteran. You're polishing your boots, hoping a tidy look keeps you relevant in a youth-obsessed world. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval matron slathering goose fat on your face, only to have it melt in the sun and drip onto your gown, making you look like a greasy pie. You're wiping it off, laughing through your embarrassment. Another laugh. Some men dyed their hair with soot, only to have it run in the rain, leaving black streaks down their necks. Picture a merchant cursing as he scrubs his collar. And one more anti-aging guide's warned against frowning wrinkles were sin's marks. So you're forcing a smile even when your joints ache. Aging's toll wasn't just physical, it was social. Women faced harsher judgment. A lined face could end marriage prospects or social clout. You're hearing tales of widows shunned for fading looks, their value tied to youth long gone. Men risked less, but weren't immune. A gray beard could make you wise, but less desirable. The church praised age's wisdom, but rarely its beauty, leaving you to fight for both. Beauty was youth's game, and age was a losing hand. Let's linger at that fair. The older woman selling herbs isn't just aged, she's strategic. Her clean coif and mended gown fight time's verdict, but her wrinkles betray her. She's still beautiful in her way, resilient knowing, but the crowd looks past her to the dancing girl. The gray-bearded man, meanwhile, stands tall, his dyed hair a bid to stay vital. You're also seeing the forgotten and elderly beggar, his face creased, his beauty erased by hardship. Age is a gatekeeper, and youth holds the key. The tools are desperate. You're using herbal washes, mint fennel to fade spots, but they sting and rarely work. Animal fats or oils soften skin but smell rancid. Hair dyes made from plants or ash could burn or stain. If you're wealthy, you've got rose oil. If poor, it's lard or nothing. You're mixing potions by guesswork, hoping they rewind time. Men use simpler fixes, razors, dyes, but the risks are the same. A bad batch could scar or sicken. Aging tied into life's milestones. You're a woman preparing for a daughter's wedding, your face slathered with risky cream to look youthful for the match. Or you're a man at a guild meeting, your hair dyed to seem vigorous. Each effort fights time's judgment shaped by society's gaze. The church blesses age's piety, but not its looks, urging modesty over vanity. You're choosing subtle remedies, hoping to glow without seeming desperate. Let's talk specifics. Youthful beauty meant smooth skin, bright eyes, dark, or golden hair. Age dulled them all. Women chased a soft, fertile figure. Men aimed for a strong, upright frame. Remedies targeted wrinkles, gray hair, or sagging skin. But results were fleeting. You're a woman rubbing nettle paste hoping it darkens your hair, or a man dyeing your beard hoping it restores your edge. The risks were steep. Anti-aging creams often laced with lead or mercury could poison tremors, tooth loss, even death. You're hearing of women sick from youth potions, or men scarred by bad dyes. Socially failing to hide age could dim your status too old, and you're irrelevant. Too obvious in your efforts, and you're vain. You're balancing time's march with beauty's demands, and it's a losing fight. As you leave the fair, the music fading, you're carrying a new truth. Aging was beauty's cruel thief. You're imagining the sting of nettle paste, the weight of a dyed beard, the fear of a new wrinkle. Beauty here is a race against time. Remember that crocodile dung cream, charmed hair, toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil, princess's rituals, beet juice, blush, saintly glow, walnut juice, war paint, small mouth prophecy, rosemary, spirit chaser, violet love, mask, duchess's linen, ruse, walking tent, veil jab, healing Madonna stare or wrath, softening face, aging's fight, has its own quirk, like that moonstone pillow trick. You're seeing how every choice, skin hair, face, figure, clothes, piety, gender, love, hygiene, potions, status, culture, art words, danger age builds a story, time rewrites. And next, it's time to see beauty as power, because if age stole its shine, influence could wield it. You're still navigating the intricate high-stakes world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a mirror's flattery. It's a weapon that can shift fortunes or topple plans. You've seen age steal youth's glow, felt the sting of risky potions, and heard poets sing of flawless faces. You've also faced the judgment of foreigners and the church's watchful eye. Now you're stepping into the arena where beauty becomes power, a tool to sway courts, seal alliances, or bend hearts. Picture yourself in a 13th century castle, your face polished, your gown pristine, as you wield your looks like a scepter to command attention. Here, beauty is politics, and you're playing to win. In medieval times, beauty was a political lever, especially for the elite who used their looks to reinforce authority or broker deals. A radiant queen or a strident lord could inspire loyalty, intimidate rivals, or charm foreign envoys. The mainstream fact chronicles like the 14th century Vita Edwardi Secundi describe how King Edward II's wife Isabella used her beauty-pale skin, graceful poise to rally support during political turmoil. Your appearance isn't just personal. It's a strategy, a way to hold or seize power in a world of shifting thrones. So how do you wield beauty as a weapon? If you're a noble woman, you're curating every detail. Imagine you're a duchess in 12th century Aquitaine. Your skin whitened with costly ceruse. Your silk gown tailored to accentuate your grace. You're gliding into a council, your beauty disarming skeptical barons. If you're a man, say a diplomat in 13th century Aragon, you're sporting a trimmed beard and a fitted doublet, your strong jaw signaling command. Your looks are a calculated performance, each choice a move in the game of influence. Here's the quirky tidbit: some believed beauty could sway supernatural forces. A 13th century Italian tale claims a noblewoman's radiant face convinced a saint to bless her family's cause in a feud. Picture you polishing your complexion with rose water, half hoping your glow persuades Saint Michael to tip a negotiation in your favor. It's a blend of politics and mysticism, and you're leaning into it, praying your beauty carries divine weight. Historians still argue whether beauty's power was real or symbolic. Some say it gave tangible leverage, especially for women who used charm to navigate male-dominated courts. Others argue it was a gilded cage, tying worth to fleeting looks rather than skill. Whatever the truth you're feeling, the pressure your heart racing as you adjust your veil, knowing your face could sway a treaty or spark a rivalry. Let's set the scene. You're at a 14th century French court, the air thick with intrigue and perfume. A queen enters her face, luminous, her emerald-encrusted gown catching every eye. Her beauty isn't just admired, it's a signal of her dynasty's strength, calming restless nobles. Nearby, a lord with a chiseled profile and a commanding stance speaks, his looks reinforcing his words' weight. You're noticing how every flawless feature her glow, his poise carries authority, a silent command in a noisy hall. For women, beauty's power is a double-edged sword. You're whitening your skin, lacing your gown tight, knowing a radiant face can soften a harsh lord or charm a foreign envoy. But it's fleeting one blemish, and your influence wanes. The church adds pressure, praising holy beauty, but condemning vanity. So you're keeping your efforts subtle, a saintly glow with no hint of pride. Your beauty is a diplomatic tool, but it's fragile, tied to youth and scrutiny. Men wield beauty differently. You're a nobleman, your strong frame and neat grooming signaling authority, not just allure. A well-oiled beard or a tailored tunic can make vassals listen or rivals pause. You're less judged for vanity. Your looks are natural strength, not artifice. Still, you're careful. A sloppy appearance could undermine your command. You're standing taller, hoping your presence seals a deal without a word. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a noblewoman perfecting your regal gaze to sway a council, only to sneeze mid-stare and ruin the effect. You're laughing, but scrambling to recover. Another laugh. Some lords wore padded doublets to fake a heroic build, only to sweat through them intense talks. Picture a diplomat mopping his brow, his padding sagging. And one more beauty guides warned against overly bright smiles. Too much charm could seem manipulative. So you're keeping your grin soft, hoping you don't look bored. Beauty's power wasn't just about charm, it was a political currency. Queens used their looks to secure alliances. Think of a marriage treaty sealed with a radiant bride. Lords leveraged their presence to rally troops or quiet dissent. You're seeing how beauty bends, powers arc, her face launches ships, his stature stays swords. But it's a tightrope too plain, and you're ignored. Too polished, and you're scheming. You're learning to wield beauty like a blade, sharp but subtle. Let's linger at that court. The queen's beauty is no accident. She's fasted to slim her frame, her skin smoothed with risky oils. Her glow sways the room, but her tight gown pinches a reminder of the cost. The lord's chiseled look is deliberate, his beard trimmed daily, his posture practiced. You're also seeing the less powerful, a plain-faced advisor, his influence dimmed by his lack of shine. Beauty is a scepter, and not everyone holds it. The tools are elite. You're a noble using imported perfumes and gold-threaded clothes, your maids ensuring every detail dazzles. Peasants can't touch this. Your beauty is a gulf they can't cross. You're a lord, your armor polished to mirror your strength, your scent a mix of musk and authority. The tools, creams, dyes, fabrics are costly, locking power's beauty to wealth. You're applying rose oil, hoping its scent seals a pact. Beauty's power tied into political rituals. You're at a coronation, your appearance a pledge of loyalty to the crown. Or you're negotiating a truce, your polished look a signal of trustworthiness. Each act is a performance shaped by power's needs. The church watches blessing beauty that serves God's order, but sniffing at worldly charm. You're choosing understated elegance, hoping to charm without sin. Let's talk specifics. Women's beauty meant pale skin, delicate features, and graceful poise. Think a queen's serene command. Men needed strong jaws, broad shoulders, and a steady gaze. Think a king's battlefield aura. Colors were rich crimson gold to signal dominance. You're a woman in a sapphire gown hoping your glow sways a vote, or a man in a fur-lined cloak hoping your stance quiets a foe. The risks were high. Toxic cosmetics could sicken, lead creams caused tremors, mercury rouges blurred vision. You're hearing of queens weakened by their own beauty aids, or lords scarred by bad dyes. Socially misjudging your look too plain or too flashy could weaken your influence. Imagine a diplomat mocked for a stained tunic his words ignored. You're balancing beauty's power with its peril, and it's a tight line. As you leave the court, the whispers fading. You're carrying a new truth. Beauty was power's sharpest tool. You're imagining the sting of Ceruse, the weight of a crown, the hope of a commanding glance. Beauty here is a throne, won with risk. Remember that crocodile dung cream, charmed hair, toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil, princess's rituals, beet juice blush, saintly glow, walnut juice, war paint, small mouth prophecy, rosemary, spirit chaser, violet love, mask, duchess's linen, ruse, walking tent, veil jab healing, Madonna stare wrath softening face, or moonstone pillow trick. Power's beauty has its own quirk, like that saint swaying face. You're seeing how every choice, skin hair, face figure, clothes, piety, gender, love, hygiene, potions, status, culture, art words, danger age. Power builds a story the court commands. And next, it's time to roam Europe's regions, because if beauty held power, place shaped its face. You're still weaving through the vibrant, complex tapestry of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a personal spark, it's a force that shapes power, love, and survival. You've seen beauty wielded as a political weapon dimmed by age's cruel hand, and sung by poets into celestial heights. You've also faced the risks of toxic potions and the gaze of outsiders. Now you're traveling across Europe's diverse regions, where beauty standards shift with every border, from sunlit Italy to misty Scotland. Picture yourself in a 13th century marketplace, your face and clothes tailored to local tastes as you navigate a patchwork of ideals. Here, beauty is a regional dialect, and you're learning to speak it. In medieval Europe, beauty wasn't one size fits all. Each region had its own flavor shaped by climate, culture, and trade. Northerners prized fair hair and pale skin. Southerners leaned toward dark locks and golden glows. The mainstream fact, artifacts like 14th century Italian poetry and Norse sagas showed distinct preferences. Venetian sonnets praise olive-toned brunettes, while Icelandic tales laud blonde, rosy-cheeked warriors. Your looks, from your hair's hue to your gown's cut, must match the local script, or you risk standing out for all the wrong reasons. So how do you adapt to regional beauty? If you're in Northern Europe, you're chasing that icy ideal. Imagine you're a weaver's daughter in 12th century Denmark, bleaching your hair with chamomile to mimic the golden locks of saga heroines. Your skin's dusted with flour for extra pallor. Your wool gown, a soft blue to blend with the northern sky. In Southern Europe, you're a merchant's wife in 13th century Naples, rubbing olive oil for a sun-kissed glow, your dark hair loose under a sheer veil. Beauty shifts with the map, and you're reshaping yourself to fit. Here's the quirky tidbit: some regions tied beauty to local myths. In 13th century Ireland, a tale claimed that haired women carried fairy blood, making them both alluring and dangerous. Picture you a redhead in Dublin, braiding your fiery locks, with a mix of pride and caution, hoping the village sees you as enchanting, not cursed. It's a local twist, and you're treading carefully, wondering if your hair's hue marks you as a beauty or a bewitched soul. Historians still argue whether regional beauty standards were rooted in practicality or pride. Some say northern paleness suited cloudy climates, while southern tans reflected sun-soaked lives. Others argue regions competed, each claiming their look was truest to God or nature. Whatever the truth you're feeling, the shift your beauty routine changing as you cross borders, each land demanding a new face. Let's set the scene. You're at a 14th century market in Barcelona, the air sharp with citrus and sea salt. A Catalan woman passes her olive skin, glowing her black hair pinned with a coral comb. She's the southern ideal, her beauty warm and bold. In contrast, a visiting Norse trader stands out his blonde beard and pale face, striking but alien here. You're noticing how every feature her tan, his fairness speaks a regional language, marking who belongs and who's a stranger. In the north, think England or Scandinavia, pale skin and light hair reign supreme. You're a woman splashing vinegar to fade freckles, or a man keeping your blonde locks trimmed to echo Viking heroes. Clothes are heavy wool, dyed in blues or grays to suit cold winters and signal modesty. The church reinforces this, tying fair features to angelic purity. You're aiming for that saintly glow, but the damp chill makes it a slog, your skin chapped despite your efforts. In the south, Italy, Spain, beauty is warmer, more vibrant. You're a woman using almond oil to enhance your tan, your dark hair a cascade of pride. Men favor bold features, their beards oiled to shine their tunics in rich reds or greens. The church here is less rigid, allowing flashes of sensuality, but you're still careful, too bold, and you're vain. You're balancing local flair with universal piety, hoping your glow fits both. Central Europe. Germany, France blends both. You're aiming for a balanced look, pale but not ghostly, graceful but not flashy. Women cinch their waists with belts. Men wear fitted hose to show strength. Colors are middling soft greens, deep blues to avoid excess. You're a woman in a cream kirtle hoping it's elegant, or a man in a brown doublet hoping it's sturdy. The church keeps you in check, praising restraint over southern exuberance or northern starkness. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a northern lass arriving in Sicily with your pale face, only to be called a snow ghost by a cheeky vendor. You're blushing, wishing you'd tried olive oil. Another laugh. Southern men sometimes wore bright sashes to flaunt wealth, only to trip over them in muddy streets. Picture a merchant sprawling his sash, ruined. And one more regional guide's warned against foreign looks. Blonde hair in Italy could mark you a barbarian. So you're dyeing your locks, hoping you blend in. Beauty's regional split wasn't just aesthetic, it was cultural identity. Northerners saw their fairness as godly Southerners, their warmth as vibrant. Each region claimed superiority, using beauty to draw lines between us and them. You're feeling the pressure your looks must fit the local mold, or you're an outsider. Trade brought new ideas. Southern silks in the north, northern furs in the south, but adopting them risked cries of unnatural. You're balancing local pride with global temptation. Let's linger at that market. The Catalan woman's beauty is no accident. Her tan is tended with oils, her comb a costly import. She's the local star, but the Norse trader's pale face draws stares not all kind. He's proud of his Viking look, but here it's odd, like a fish out of water. You're also seeing the overlooked local servant, her tanned face plain by southern standards, ignored by the crowd. Beauty is a regional badge, and not everyone wears it well. The tools vary by place. Northerners use vinegar and chamomile. Southerners lean on oils and henna. You're a northern woman brushing flour on your cheeks, or a southern man oiling your beard with citrus extract. Clothes reflect climate-heavy wool up north, light linen down south. Accessories, too, northern brooches or iron southern ones, coral or gold. You're choosing what fits, knowing each tool ties you to a place. Beauty tied into regional life. You're at a northern harvest feast, your fair hair a nod to local pride. Or you're at a southern saints festival, your tan a celebration of sunlit faith. Each act roots you in place, shaped by local lore. The church adapts, stricter in the north, looser in the south, but always watching. You're choosing colors and cuts to match your land's ideal. Let's talk specifics. Northern beauty meant pale skin blonde, or red hair and muted clothes, think icy angels. Southern beauty favored tanned skin, dark hair, and vibrant hues, think earthy muses. Central Europe mixed both, aiming for balance. You're a northern woman in gray wool craving fairness, or a southern man in red silk flaunting warmth. The risks were real. Foreign looks could spark suspicion. Blonde hair in Spain might mark you a heretic. Bad potions could scar northern vinegar burned. Southern oils turned rancid. Socially failing the local ideal could alienate you. Too tan up north, too pale down south. You're balancing place with beauty, and it's a tight fit. As you leave the market, the sea breeze fading, you're carrying a new truth. Beauty was a regional song. You're imagining the sting of chamomile, the sheen of olive oil, the weight of local eyes. Beauty here is a dialect spoken in place. Remember that crocodile dung cream, charmed hair, toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil, princess's rituals, beet juice, blush, saintly glow, walnut juice, war paint, small mouth prophecy, rosemary, spirit chaser, violet love mask, duchess's linen ruse, walking tent, veil jab, healing Madonna stare, wrath softening face, or moonstone pillow trick. Regional beauty has its own quirk, like that fairy blood red hair. You're seeing how every choice, skin hair, face figure, clothes, piety, gender, love, hygiene, potions, status, culture, art words, danger age, power place builds a story the region sings. And next, it's time to weigh beauty's morals, because if place shaped its face, virtue judged its soul, you're still wandering the vibrant, tangled world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a surface glow, it's a moral battleground that can lift you to grace or damn you to disgrace. You've seen beauty shift across regions, wielded as power and dulled by age's relentless hand. You've braved risky potions and poetic dreams, each choice a step in a high-stakes dance. Now you're stepping into the heart of the matter, beauty's moral debates, where every fair face or bold tunic sparks questions of sin or virtue. Picture yourself in a 13th century churchyard, your veil adjusted, your face scrubbed as whispers, debate whether your glow is godly or vain. Here, beauty is a spiritual test, and you're under scrutiny. In medieval times, beauty was a double-edged sword, praised as a gift from God, but feared as a path to pride. The church framed it as a reflection of inner virtue, yet warned that chasing it could lead to sin. The mainstream fact, theological texts like Thomas Aquinas's 13th century Summa Theologica, argue that beauty should glorify God, not self-urging modesty over adornment. Your pale skin or neat hair isn't just a look, it's a moral statement, and the wrong choice could land you in a sermon's crosshairs. So how do you navigate this ethical minefield? You're keeping it restrained, but radiant. Imagine you're a baker's wife in 14th century Rouen, dabbing on just enough rosewater to glow without seeming proud. Your simple gown and covered hair signal humility, but you're sneaking a bright ribbon for a touch of joy. If you're a man, say a carpenter in 12th century York, you're trimming your beard to look disciplined, avoiding flashy tunics that might hint at vanity. Beauty is a tightrope balanced between divine approval and human desire. Here's the quirky tidbit: some believed beauty could invite divine judgment. A 13th century German tale warned that an overly fair face might tempt demons drawing their envy. Picture you smoothing your skin with honey, half worrying your glow might catch a devil's eye instead of a suitor's. It's a strange fear, but you're praying as you primp, hoping your beauty stays on God's good side. Historians still argue whether beauty's moral debates empowered or shackled people. Some say they gave a framework to align looks with faith, especially for women seeking virtue. Others argue they were a trap policing appearances, particularly women's, to enforce control. Whatever the truth you're feeling, the weight your hands fidgeting with your coif as you try to shine without sinning. Let's set the scene. You're in a 13th century Italian piazza, the air buzzing with gossip and vesper bells. A young woman passes, her face pale but modest, her veil plain yet neat. Her beauty seems virtuous, but whispers hint she used a forbidden cream sinful vanity or harmless care. Nearby, a man with a tidy beard and simple cloak draws nods for his restraint, but his polished boots spark a priest's frown. You're noticing how every feature her glow, his neatness ignites. Debate, is it God's gift or Satan's lure? For women, beauty's moral stakes are sky high. You're whitening your skin with vinegar knowing too much could brand you vain. Your hair is hidden, your gown loose to dodge accusations of tempting men. The church ties your looks to Eve's fall, one bold lip or uncovered lock, and you're a sinner. You're striving for a natural glow, claiming your rosy cheeks come from prayer, not berry juice. It's a lie you hope God overlooks, because beauty's power is too tempting to ignore. Men face less heat, but aren't free. You're keeping your appearance, orderly short hair, clean tunic to signal virtue, not pride. A flashy cloak or over-oiled beard could draw smirks hinting at effeminacy. The church cares less about your looks, but society watches a sloppy man as a lazy one. You're polishing your shoes, hoping your effort reads as discipline, not vanity. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval maiden dabbing on subtle rouge, only to have a gust of wind blow flour from a baker's stall onto your face, making you look like a ghost caught sinning. You're brushing it off, laughing nervously. Another laugh. Some men wax their mustaches to look noble, only to have them droop in the heat, leaving them comically lopsided. Picture a merchant tugging at his limp whiskers. And one more, moral guides warned against proud postures stand too tall, and you're defying God. So you're slouching slightly, hoping you don't look meek. Beauty's moral debate wasn't just personal. It was a cultural fault line. The church saw beauty as God's work, think Mary's radiant face, but also a devil's snare. You're caught in their paradox, wanting to dazzle but fearing damnation. Women bore the brunt, their looks a public morality play. Men could flex their charm with less risk, but even they had to tread lightly. You're learning that beauty is a sermon preached with every glance. Let's linger in that piazza. The woman's modest beauty is a shield. She's avoided bright colors. Her face just rosy enough to seem pure. But her effort shows. Her hands tremble from scrubbing with harsh soap. The man's tidy look is deliberate, his cloak brushed clean to signal virtue. You're also seeing the judged and older woman, her face lined accused of vanity for dyeing her hair. Beauty is a moral test, and the church grades harshly. The tools reflect the tension. You're using gentle herbs, mint chamomile to stay safe, but risky. Lead creams tempt with faster results. Veils and cloaks hide excess, but a bright ribbon or polished buckle sneaks through. You're a woman tying your coif tighter, or a man shaving carefully to avoid proud polish. The tools are simple, but loaded each choice a nod to virtue or a flirt with sin. Beauty's morals tied into daily life. You're at Mass, your face scrubbed to honor God. Or you're at a market, your modest tunic a bid for respect. Each act is a prayer shaped by faith's rules. The church watches praising humility, but sniffing at adornment. You're choosing restraint, but dreaming of a bold lip that won't land you in a sermon. Let's talk specifics. Virtuous beauty meant pale, unblemished skin and modest attire. Think a saint's serenity. Sinful beauty was bold red lips, uncovered hair, bright clothes. Think Eve's temptation. Men needed orderly looks, trimmed beards, simple tunics to avoid pride. You're a woman in a gray veil hoping it's pious, or a man in a brown cloak hoping it's humble. The risks were stark. Vanity could earn public shaming. Imagine a priest naming you in a sermon for your painted cheeks. Toxic cosmetics like mercury could sicken, blurring your vision or worse. You're hearing of women scarred by bad creams or men mocked for flashy rings. Socially, beauty's moral misstep could ruin your name too plain, and you're negligent. Too bold, and you're damned. You're balancing faith with allure, and it's a narrow path. As you leave the piazza, the bell's fading. You're carrying a new truth. Beauty was a moral crucible. You're imagining the sting of rosewater, the weight of a modest veil, the fear of a priest's glare. Beauty here is a judgment weighed by heaven. Remember that crocodile dung cream, charmed hair, toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil, princess's rituals, beet juice, blush, saintly glow, walnut juice, war paint, small mouth prophecy, rosemary, spirit chaser, violet love, mask, duchess's linen, ruse walk intent, veil jab, healing Madonna, stare wrath softening face, moonstone pillow trick, or fairy blood red hair. Moral beauty has its own quirk, like that demon tempting face. You're seeing how every choice, skin hair, face figure, clothes, piety, gender, love, hygiene, potions, status, culture, art, words, danger, age, power, place, virtue, builds a story. The church judges. And next, it's time to handle beauty's tools. Because if morals weighed the soul combs and mirrors shaped the face, you're still weaving through the vivid, unforgiving world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a fleeting glow, it's a moral tightrope, a social signal, and a daily grind. You've faced the church's judgment on vanity, seen beauty's regional flavors, and wielded it as a tool of power. You've also braved time's toll and risky potions. Now you're getting hands-on with beauty's tools, combs, mirrors, and more that shape faces and fates. Picture yourself in a 13th century chamber, clutching a bone comb, its teeth snagging your hair as you chase perfection in a cloudy bronze mirror. Here, beauty is crafted with crude instruments, and you're learning their weight. In medieval times, beauty tools were both prized and perilous, essential for sculpting the ideals of pale skin, neat hair, and poised figures. From combs to razors, these objects were extensions of your will to shine, but they came with challenges. The mainstream fact: archaeological finds like 14th century grooming kits from London reveal bone combs, iron tweezers, and small mirrors used by nobles and commoners alike, showing how universal the quest for beauty was, even if the tools varied by class. Your comb or blade isn't just a tool, it's a lifeline to society's approval. So how do you wield these instruments? If you're a noble, you're working with finer gear. Imagine you're a lady in 12th century Seville, running an ivory comb through your hair, its smooth teeth a luxury. Your bronze mirror, polished to a dull sheen, reflects your face as you dab on rose water. If you're a peasant, say a miller in 13th century Norfolk, you're using a whittled wooden comb and a scrap of metal for a mirror, your fingers applying lard to soften your skin. Tools shape your beauty, but their quality marks your rank. Here's the quirky tidbit: some tools were thought to hold magic. A 13th century Welsh tale claims a silver mirror could reveal your true beauty or your soul's flaws. Picture you peering into a tarnished disc, half hoping it shows a radiant face, half fearing it exposes your doubts. It's a mix of craft and superstition, and you're gripping that mirror, wondering if it's friend or foe. Historians still argue whether beauty tools were practical aids or status symbols. Some say they were essential for hygiene and a lure leveling the playing field across classes. Others argue their cost: ivory for nobles, wood for peasants reinforced social divides. Whatever the truth you're feeling, the strain your hands aching from a splintered comb as you try to craft a face that fits the world's expectations. Let's set the scene. You're in a 14th century Parisian market, the air humming with trade and chatter. A noblewoman pauses at a stall, her maid holding a silver mirror as she adjusts her veil. Her beauty tools, comb, tweezers, vial of oil, are marks of wealth, her face a polished gem. Nearby, a peasant woman smooths her hair with a rough bone. Comb her reflection caught in a bucket of water. Her tools are crude, but her effort matches the noble's. You're noticing how every stroke or dab her mirror. Her comb builds beauty's story, rich or poor. For nobles, tools are a luxury. You're using a gilded comb, its teeth carved with flowers, and a glass vial for perfume. Your mirror, though dim, is a status symbol, letting you perfect your look for court. You're dabbing on costly saffron paste, your maid ensuring every detail shines. Peasants make do with less wooden combs, iron razors, homemade salves. You're scraping your face with a dull blade, hoping for a clean shave without blood. Tools are universal, but their finesse draws a line between castle and cottage. The church as always casts its shadow. You're using tools to enhance God-given beauty, but too much care could spark cries of vanity. A silver mirror might tempt pride. A painted face might hint at sin. You're keeping your routine modest, claiming your smooth skin comes from prayer, not potions. Men face less scrutiny. A quick shave or comb through is practical, not vain. You're balancing faith with function, hoping your tools don't betray your soul. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval lady wrestling with a tangled comb, only to yank out a chunk of hair and yelp loud enough to startle the household. You're laughing, but cursing your clumsy tool. Another laugh. Some men used hot pitch to shape beards, wincing as it stuck to their fingers like glue. Picture a squire peeling pitch off his hands red-faced. And one more beauty manuals warned against over-polishing mirrors see too clearly, and you're vain. So you're squinting into a cloudy disc, hoping you look fine. Beauty tools weren't just practical. They were cultural touchstones. They tied you to rituals, combing your hair for a wedding, shaving for a guild meeting that marked life's milestones. The church praised natural beauty, but eyed your mirror warily, fearing it fed pride. You're learning that tools are a bridge between effort and expectation, each stroke a bid for acceptance in a world quick to judge. Let's linger at that market. The noblewoman's silver mirror isn't just a tool, it's a flex, her wealth reflected in its shine. Her comb and oils craft a face that commands attention, but her hands tremble from their weight. The peasant woman's bone comb is simpler, but her effort is fierce. She's fighting for dignity with every stroke. You're also seeing the overlooked beggar, his hair matted, no comb to his name, his beauty buried under survival. Tools are a privilege, and not everyone holds them. The tools themselves are rough. Combs snag mirrors, distort razors. Nick, you're a noble, your ivory comb gliding smoothly, but even that can break a strand. You're a peasant, your wooden comb splintering your mirror, barely reflecting. Creams and oils stored in clay or glass could spoil or burn. You're applying them with care, knowing a bad mix could scar. Men's tools, razors, shears are simpler, but no safer. Each cut a risk of infection. Beauty tools tied into daily life. You're combing your hair before mass, your face a canvas for God's approval. Or you're shaven for a market day, your clean chin a bid for trust. Each act is a ritual shaped by society's gaze. The church watches blessing restraint, but judging excess. You're choosing simple tools, hoping they signal virtue without pride. Let's talk specifics. Combs, bone, or ivory were key for neat hair. Tangled locks were a social sin. Mirrors, bronze or silver, were rare, used to check skin or veils. Razors and tweezers kept men tidy, women delicate. You're a woman combing your hair into a braid, hoping it's pious. Or a man shaving your beard, hoping it's sharp. The risks were real. A dull razor could gash, a bad cream could burn. You're hearing of women scarred by splintered combs, or men infected by rusty blades. Socially, a failed tool, a broken mirror, a patchy shave could spark gossip. Imagine losing a suitor over a bad haircut. You're balancing craft with care, knowing tools can fail you. As you leave the market, the vendor's call's fading. You're carrying a new truth. Beauty tools were both sword and shield. You're imagining the snag of a comb, the blur of a mirror, the hope of a polished face. Beauty here is a craft, carved with effort. Remember that crocodile dung cream, charmed hair, toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil, princess's rituals, beet juice blush, saintly glow, walnut juice, war paint, small mouth prophecy, rosemary, spirit chaser, violet love, mask, duchess's linen, ruse walk intent, veil jab, healing Madonna, stare wrath, softening face, moonstone pillow, trick fairy blood red hair, or demon tempting face. Tools have their own quirk, like that soul-revealing mirror. You're seeing how every choice, skin, hair, face, figure, clothes, piety, gender, love, hygiene, potions, status, culture, art, words, danger, age, power, place, virtue tools, builds a story the world sees. And next, It's time to trace beauty's legacy. Because if tools shaped the face, time carried its echo. You're still wandering the vivid, intricate world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a fleeting charm, it's a crafted story that weaves through faith, power, and survival. You've wielded crude combs, faced the moral weight of a fair face, and seen beauty shift across regions and roles. You've also braved time's toll and risky rituals. Now you're tracing the threads of medieval beauty's legacy, how its ideals echo into the modern world, shaping our mirrors and our minds. Picture yourself in a 13th century hall, your face smoothed with rosewater, then blinking into today's world, where selfies and serums carry the same old obsessions. Here, beauty's past lingers, and you're connecting the dots. Medieval beauty standards didn't vanish with the Middle Ages. They left roots that still tangle our ideals of allure. From pale skin to perfect symmetry, the era's fixations seeped into art, literature, and culture, influencing how we chase beauty today. The mainstream fact, Renaissance art building on 14th century traditions, carried forward the medieval love for pale, youthful faces, seen in portraits like Botticelli's Birth of Venus, which echo the era's obsession with divine proportion. Your modern skincare routine or fashion choices owe a debt to those candlelit chambers, even if you don't know it. So how does medieval beauty live on your looking in a mirror now? But it's not so different from a 13th century noblewoman's bronze disc. Imagine you're her dabbing on lead cream for that saintly pallor, then flash to today, where you're blending foundation for a flawless glow. The tools have changed: serums instead of vinegar, mirrors instead of puddles. But the goal remains a face that signals youth, health, and status. If you're a man, you're trimming your beard like a medieval knight, though now it's with an electric razor chasing that same disciplined charm. Here's the quirky tidbit: some modern beauty hacks trace back to medieval quirks. Rosewater, a staple in today's skincare, was a 12th century favorite for softening skin. Picture you spritzing a floral toner in 2025, unaware you're echoing a noblewoman's ritual from 1250, both of you chasing that dewy look. It's a strange thread, but it binds you across centuries, proof that beauty's tricks have staying power, even if we've swapped bat's blood for hyaluronic acid. Historians still argue whether medieval beauty's legacy is a burden or a bridge. Some say it chained us to impossible ideals. Pale skin, perfect features that still pressure us via ads and influencers. Others argue it gave us a language of self-expression, letting us play with beauty like medieval poets did with verse. Whatever the truth you're feeling, the echo your morning routine, a distant cousin to those long ago efforts under flickering candles. Let's set the scene. You're in a 14th century Venetian court, a lady's pale face glowing under a jeweled veil, her beauty a nod to divine order. Fast forward to today, you're scrolling through social media, seeing filtered faces and sculpted bodies, each a modern take on that old ideal. A man in a fitted doublet, his beard oiled, becomes a guy in a tailored suit, his jawline sharp for the camera. You're noticing how every glow, every pose, carries a medieval shadow, youth symmetry status, still ruling the frame. The medieval obsession with pale skin lives on in modern foundation shades, where porcelain remains a bestseller. You're blending makeup, chasing that flawless look, just as a noblewoman dusted on ceruse. Hair, too, carries echoes: long, glossy locks. For women, neat trims; for men, still signal allure, much like those braided veils or nightly crops. Fashion follows suit: medieval gowns, shaped waists. Modern dresses do the same, both chasing an ideal silhouette. You're pulling on jeans or a dress, feeling the weight of centuries-old expectations. The church's moral lens lingers too. You're dodging modern judgment. Too much makeup, and you're fake. Too little, and you're sloppy, just as medieval women dodged sermons on vanity. Men face it lighter. They're grooming practical, like a knight's, but still judged for excess. You're navigating a world where beauty's moral weight, virtue versus pride, feels eerily familiar, even if it's now preached by influencers, not priests. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're a medieval maiden fussing with a lead cream, then picturing yourself in 2025 blending concealer only to smudge it during a Zoom call. You're laughing, wiping it off like she did. Another laugh. Medieval men oiled beards to shine. Modern guys use beard balm, but both curse when it drips on their shirts. Picture a hipster scrubbing his collar, echoing a knight's grumble. And one more medieval guide's warned against vain mirrors. Today's warn against obsessive selfies. So you're snapping one quick pic, hoping it's enough. Beauty's legacy isn't just skin deep, it's cultural DNA. Medieval art's perfect faces shaped Renaissance ideals, which fed into Hollywood's airbrushed stars. You're chasing a glow that Botticelli painted, rooted in a 13th century fresco. Social media's filters echo illuminated manuscripts, smoothing flaws to match a saint's face. Even class divides persist. High-end serums for the rich drugstore creams. For the rest, just like ivory combs versus wooden sticks. You're seeing how beauty's rules born in castles still govern your mirror. Let's linger on this thread. That Venetian lady's pale face isn't gone. She's in your skincare ad promising radiance. Her effort hours of potions and prayers mirrors your morning routine, layering serums for the same glow. The knight's trimmed beard lives in your barber's chair, each snip a nod to discipline. You're also seeing the less fortunate, a medieval peasant, her beauty dimmed by poverty, now a modern worker skipping serums to afford rent. Beauty's legacy is a ladder, and not everyone climbs it. The tools have evolved, but echo the past. Medieval combs and mirrors are now plastic brushes and LED vanities, but you're still detangling hair, checking your reflection. Potions, rosewater oils are now cleansers and moisturizers, but the goal's the same: smooth skin, bright eyes. You're a woman layering toner like a noble's rosewater, or a man shaving with gel instead of a rusty blade. The tools are sleeker, but their purpose crafting beauty hasn't budged. Beauty's legacy tied into rituals then and now. You're primping for a medieval wedding or a modern date. Your face a canvas for approval. The church's old sermons echo in today's body positivity debates, urging authenticity, but judging flaws. You're choosing subtle makeup or a clean shave, balancing self-expression with society's gaze just as they did. Let's talk specifics. Medieval beauty prized pale skin, youthful features, and symmetry. Think saints or courtly muses. Today it's flawless complexions, full lips, defined jaws. Think Instagram models. Colors shift medieval blues, and reds become modern nudes and neons. But the goal of perfection holds. You're a woman chasing a dewy glow, or a man aiming for a sharp jawline. The risks linger too. Medieval toxins like lead are now chemical irritants in cheap products. You're hearing of allergic reactions from bad serums, echoing tales of scarred faces from Cyrus. Socially failing modern beauty blemishes. Bad hair can tank your confidence just as a medieval flaw cost a match. You're balancing beauty's promise with its pitfalls across centuries. As you step away from this reflection, the past's echo fading. You're carrying a new truth. Medieval beauty's legacy is our mirror's shadow. You're imagining the sting of rosewater, the weight of a modern filter, the hope of a flawless face. Beauty here is a thread woven through time. Remember that crocodile dung cream, charmed hair, toxic rouge, prophetic hips, lucky green veil, princess's rituals, beet juice, blush, saintly glow, walnut juice, war paint, small mouth prophecy, rosemary, spirit chaser, violet love mask, duchess's linen ruse, walking tent, veil jab, healing Madonna, stare, wrath softening face, moonstone pillow, trick fairy blood, red hair, demon tempting face, or soul revealing mirror. Legacy's quirk is that rosewater toner linking you to yesterday. You're seeing how every choice, skin, hair, face figure, clothes, piety, gender, love, hygiene, potions, status, culture, art, words, danger, age, power, place, virtue, tools. Time builds a story we still write. And next, it's time to fade into dreams. Because if beauty's legacy endures, sleep seals its tale. You're still lingering in the rich, tangled world of medieval Europe, where beauty isn't just a fleeting spark. It's a story etched into every face gown, and choice echoing through time into our own mirrors. You've traced beauty's legacy, wielded its tools, and weighed its moral costs. You've seen it shift across regions, sway power, and fade with age. Now, as the firelight dims, you're settling into a quieter reflection, letting the weight of beauty's timeless pull sink in. Picture yourself in a 13th century chamber, the candle flickering low, your face softened by rosewater, as you ponder what beauty meant then and means now. Here, beauty is a dream that lingers, and you're ready to drift into its final embrace. Medieval beauty was more than skin deep. It was a tapestry of faith status and survival, woven with effort and risk. Its ideals, pale skin, graceful figures, neat hair still whisper in our modern chase for perfection, from filtered selfies to sculpted bodies. The mainstream fact, cultural studies, like those of 14th century court records, show beauty was a universal language uniting kings and peasants in a shared quest, even if their tools and stakes differed. Your own reflection, whether in a bronze mirror or a phone screen, carries those ancient hopes, tying you to a world long gone. So how do you feel beauty's pull as you sit in this quiet moment? You're looking back, imagining yourself as a noblewoman in 12th century Verona, your hair braided with care, your skin smoothed with risky cream, all to catch a lord's eye. Or maybe you're a peasant man in 13th century Devon, your beard trimmed with a dull blade, hoping to look respectable at market. Now you're in 2025, blend-in foundation, or styling your hair, chasing that same glow of youth, health, and worth. The centuries blur, but the dream stays sharp. Beauty is your bridge to belonging. Here's the quirky tidbit. Some medieval folks believed beauty lingered in dreams. A 13th century Spanish tale claimed a fair face could visit you in sleep, guiding you to love or luck. Picture you closing your eyes in that candlelit chamber, hoping your smoothed skin conjures a dream of a better tomorrow. Just as you might now hope a good skincare day boosts your confidence. It's a gentle thread, tying beauty to the soft edges of sleep, and you're sinking into it, letting the day's cares fade. Historians still argue whether beauty's timeless pull is a gift or a chain. Some say it connects us across ages, giving us a shared language of self-expression. Others argue it traps us, tying worth to fleeting looks, then and now. Whatever the truth you're feeling, the pull your heart slowing as you reflect on the effort then and now to craft a face the world admires. Beauty is a story, and you're its latest chapter, written in every careful choice. Let's set the scene one last time. You're in a 14th century English manor, the fire crackling softly, the room hushed. A young woman sits by the hearth, her face pale. Her veil loosened her beauty, a quiet triumph over the day's labor. Nearby, a man rests his tunic, brushed clean, his jaw still sharp despite the years. Their beauty hard-won with combs and creams glows in the dim light, a testament to their resilience. You're seeing yourself in them, modern, yet chasing that same timeless spark. Your own routine, a nod to their struggle. Beauty's pull is universal then and now. You're thinking of the noblewoman's lead cream, risking health for a glow, and your own serum's gentler, but still a gamble. You're recalling the peasant's beet juice blush, stolen from the stew pot, and your own budget makeup applied with the same hope. Men, too, share the thread medieval knights oiled their beards. Modern men style theirs, both seeking respect. Beauty's rituals change, but their heart youth status desire beats on linking you across time. The church's shadow lingers in this reflection. You're remembering sermons that praised modesty, but demanded radiance. A paradox you still navigate in a world that judges too much or too little makeup. You're a woman dabbing on subtle gloss to echo a medieval maiden's restraint, or a man shaving close to match a knight's discipline. The moral weight virtue versus vanity still tugs, softened now, but never gone as you craft your look for the world's eyes. Here's a quick chuckle. Imagine you're that medieval woman fussing with a veil, only to have it slip in your sleep, dreaming of a suitor who never saw it. You're smiling, letting the worry go. Another laugh. Medieval men slicked their hair with grease, just as some guys now overuse gel, both left with sticky regrets. Picture a modern dude wiping his hands, echoing a squire's grumble. And one more old tales warned that dreaming of beauty meant good fortune unless you overslept. So you're setting an alarm just in case. Beauty's legacy is a quiet hum tying you to those who primped by candlelight. You're seeing it in art's flawless faces, now Instagram's filters. In poetry's muses, now love songs' lyrics. Every choice, medieval or modern, is a bid to be seen, valued, remembered. You're feeling the weight of their efforts, their risks, their dreams, as you prepare to close your eyes, the day's beauty routine fading into rest. As you settle into this final moment, the world softens the edges of medieval Europe, blurring into the calm of now. The chamber's fire is a distant glow, its warmth like the hum of a fan beside your bed. You're letting go of the lead creams, the bone combs, the heavy veils, feeling their weight lift as sleep creeps closer. Beauty then and now is a story of effort, yours, theirs, ours, woven through time with care and hope. You're picturing that noblewoman, her face serene, her struggles done for the day, and you're mirroring her peace, your own routine complete. The market's bustle, the court's intrigue, the church's judgment. They fade into a gentle whisper, leaving only the dream of beauty's timeless pull. Let your breath slow your thoughts drift and sink into the quiet, where past and present meet in a soft shared glow. Sweet dreams.